Okay, oops. I guess, how did I get to the bottom, Charmaine?
I don't know, Sonny. It's one of those days.
All right. Oh, wait, now I'm at the top. It's showing me. Weird. But then when I go here, I flip down to the bottom. Hold on a second,
I
Charmaine.
think you want me at the top. I am not the leader of this gang. I'm just saying.
Hey, everyone. Happy Saturday. Let's see here. Put you. There we go. I don't know. It's just like slow mode or something's going on. Okay. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the live. Happy Saturday. Um, Charmaine, Kent, and myself decided that we were going to do a live today. I don't want you guys that are following the Suzanne Barry Morphew case. That's obviously with that one. I just want to say that one is important to me. But there's two tokens here. Is that there's still two children missing here, and Barry Morphew's case is about an indictment, and we'll be following that case as well. But so I don't want you to think it's any less important to me than it was 5 years ago when Suzanne Morphew disappeared on Mother's Day. But anyways, uh, we're going to be talking about, of course, Jack and Lily. And thank you guys. I want to say first and foremost, thank you guys for all your love and support out there, even to the haters and stuff like that. And so it's bottom line is we're trying to find answers to help bring Jack and Lily home. And obviously, there's a 150K reward of that was put out a few days ago here, and it's just yeah. So yesterday, obviously. And I can see that Darren's in chat here. Hi, Darren, is in chat here. But yesterday, I think, left us quite well. What do I even say? It was kind of like this bombshell that I was sitting there thinking about all night. But we're gonna get into that in a few moments. But first, we'll say hello to Charmaine and Kent. Thank you for joining.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, okay. And we'll do some shout outs, and then we're just going to play a quick video that I was going to play it yesterday, but it ended up getting sidetracked. I mean, the title said about the two sweaters and all that stuff. Never even touched on any of the videos I was going to show, let alone about the two sweaters on there. Again, you guys know that Darren came on, basically dropped a bombshell, and it was hard to dissect with that, but we're going to get back into that, okay? Because we need to bring this back again to the focus here, bring Lily and Jack home. And obviously there's factual information, third party information, stuff that you take with a grain of salt and whatever you believe. But I'm going to play that video first. But hi, Kimmer, how are you? There's Darren's in the house right there. Hi, Lenny. Carol, thank you for joining. I don't know. I feel like I'm a little bit laggy today. Radmilla, how are you? Thank you guys. Don't forget to please do this. Of course, for Jack and Lily, never for the sake of the channel. Just keep their awareness out there. You guys have been doing an amazing job. Please don't stop. All you need to do is put that DNA onto the like button, at least minimum, and hit share so other people become aware of the case, regardless of where you are in the world. Your friends have friends in the United States, Canada, etc. It matters. And I also want to say, Belinda, she was taking care of her granddaughter yesterday. Chelsea was in the live yesterday in the chatter as well. And so I also want to always give credit where the credit is due when it comes to family and information and stuff like that. Now, Belinda, for me, absolutely has my heart when it comes to this case. Her interview that she gave was so heartbreaking. And I think that everyone that watched her interview just felt the pain and agony that this lady is going through. She's a paternal grandparents of Lily and Jack. And again, so she has so much strength to me in going through this situation. And to any other family members out there that literally have, whether anyone has any involvement, okay, well, if you do, then reap what you sow. If you don't, please, I'm so sorry that your family is going through this. It's so heartbreaking. If you don't have answers, don't know the truth is getting mixed with a bunch of drama or false people putting out false information and stuff like that. But as at the end of the day, again, whenever family's speaking, you should always listen, regardless whether you believe it to be true or not true. Bottom line is, the people that you want to hear from the most is the family members of it all. Charmaine's in the house. I'm not sure what he means by this. Is there no videos yet of what? Do you know what that means? Anybody?
No, I think it was
think-
just because we were late coming on, so they clicked on the stream and it was just
Maybe
probably.
on
If
there.
I'm wrong,
Hi,
let
Mama
us know.
Ange. Yeah, I feel like I'm a little bit laggy, guys. Tiffany, how are you? Lisa, this is the way we roll. Yes, that's the way we roll. She ran calling wildfire. I feel like that's something you would do in your area of BC. Hi, Donna. How are you? Linda Hope. Okay, don't forget Streamlabs, you guys. Very important here. Is that Streamlabs. If you guys don't use your punctuation properly, it's going to tell you that you're posting a link, and then you're going to say, I'm not trying to post a link. Well, it's because of your punctuation. Streamlabs is deeming it as that you're trying to put up a URL. So just so you know that, okay? Hi, Lily. How are you? But there's Buzzkill again. Okay. Always on empty 72. Kind of where I feel like I'm at, always on empty 69 though. Okay, and then Liv, how are you? Thank you. We'll let that.
Super chat, 10 Canadian dollars. You're awesome. Thank you. You girls and guys are working overtime. Great job. I really wish the RCs would come out and stop all the rumors, BS, etc. They could do it without damaging their case. Surely.
They surely could. They surely could. Thank you, Faye. Appreciate that. Appreciate the comment. And I think you're absolutely right. There's so many times that they could do that and, nip things in the bud. One of the greatest examples was during the Idaho 4 case, where they would literally come out and, be proactive in saying, like, look, these people have already been cleared. So put that to rest. And so, when you were hearing that from them, I mean, there's always going to be those, people in the world that doesn't matter if you slap them in the face with evidence or whatever, or facts, they're still not going to do it. Those are the people that are special. Okay. Those are the special people of the world that don't know how to, use one brain cell versus the other. And so those people exist, but I really wish that they do stuff like that. It's so important, right? Because if someone's going to go onto social media and they're going to portray all this crap and stuff like that, or bullshit, and especially with this AI bullshit going on, they could easily nip some of those things in the bud, so that when people hear that information, at least if you have brain cells, that information's not true, because you literally heard it coming out of the mouths of the RCMP and stuff like that. But it's one of those things. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it, right? You can't fix stupid, that's for sure, but you can only do what you can do, right? So all we can do in this case is bring awareness, put out any information that the family wishes to put out, and talk about and speculate upon our theories about what we think is going on. But it would be a lot nicer if this whole got to hold it close to the vest because it could ruin the integrity of the investigation. And I will say this again about that. There's information. Okay. For instance, there was people, I'm sure, and I'm pretty sure Darren would know this as well, that instantly watched this live and they're like, just so you know, I've contacted the police, to let them know about what was said on the channel and then they get a message or whatever, they get told back. Yes, we're very much aware of the channel, because they do listen, right? It's not like they're not, because regardless, it's whenever somebody says something, right, they got to hold to those words. And if they don't mesh, obviously, right, then they're looking at it all. They want to know what happened to Lily and Jack, and they're looking for the truth. And the RCMP, again, they're not dumbasses, okay? I think that they're totally doing their job behind the scenes here. Were they late to the rodeo? a little bit, perhaps on some of the information, because they were so invested in looking into the woods, perhaps. Okay. But I still think that they're on this to like flies on shit, and that they're doing their work behind the scenes. And again, Canada is very different than the US when it comes to information and stuff like that. So, so just don't think of it like the United States for information. It's not what you're going to get, but these little updates, to kind of take away stuff, are, I think, very important to the public. They could stop a lot of these, dumbass rumors that are happening. They don't feel like they have a need to, obviously, but if they feel like the social media is that can hinder it, then it's really on them to come out and go, hey, you know what? We know that this is going on. We can tell you, that this is not true, and without giving away too much. But at least they can say things that are not true, right? But anyways, we'll see. Yeah, please, you guys, again, do this for Lily and Jack. Oh, it looks like Kent popped off. Let's see. Kent, are you back? Okay.
I'm here. Big fingers.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to play that video. Kent, I was going to play it yesterday. And I know that there was the lady, whatever her name was, talking like the extended one from the woods as well. But let's go to this one here first. Okay.
Nearly 7 weeks have passed since Jack and Lily Sullivan vanished from their home in Nova Scotia's Pictou County. The RCMP have received more than 500 tips from the public, but despite those and extensive searches, the children have not been found. The province is now offering up to $150,000 for information in the case of the two missing children. Police are asking anyone with information to call a number that they've set up to receive tips. For more on what this means for people in Pictou County, we're joined by Robert Parker. He's the warden there. And Robert, this cash reward that's being offered for information, what impact do you think that's going to have on getting tips in?
It could have significant impact. Obviously, if things have gone awry here, which it appears they have, and if there is criminal involvement, that's quite a bit of money. And so maybe somebody's lips will loosen a little. We hope so, because this does not deserve to be handled in the way it's being handled.
It has been weeks now since these two little kids disappeared. How's the community doing?
Frustrated, I would put at the top of the list, and sort of on edge. Everybody wants to find out what happened, I guess is what I'm hearing most people say, and they're frustrated by not getting some answers, and not blaming anyone, but clearly frustrated and almost afraid to hear the news. They're almost afraid to turn the news on in case it's what they don't want to hear. Although I think most people are prepared maybe now for that.
Yeah, no, it's been a long, long time. So when you have a case like this that drags on for a long time, I'm sure, I think you and I talked about this weeks ago, lots of rumors in the community, and those rumors can be pretty corrosive. And so how's the community dealing with that, about the rumors about what may have happened?
I think most people would rather not have the rumors out there, to wait and let the RCMP do their job, and then deal with whatever comes out of that investigation. But unfortunately, we can't control people's emotions and people's thoughts. And it's one thing to talk about it in private, what you or somebody else thinks might have happened, but not to put it on public. And I've even been told that some people are making money off of this, which is a real tragedy too, by leaning on the story of little Jack and little Lily to pick up an audience that then advertisers will pay them for.
While you were talking, giving that last answer, we were seeing some pictures of the search, and we saw a drone and, police officers, search and rescue officials. A lot of time and effort and person power has been spent on searching, especially the woodsy area near the house. And as far as I know, virtually nothing has turned up. Like you know, you must, you know, the area well. Like, do you think there's a possibility that these kids wandered in those woods, or do you figure they must be somewhere else?
Well, there's always a possibility, and the RCMP seem pretty well stuck on the fact that they're in that woods, and if we keep looking, we'll find them. And I hope maybe they're right, but the woods is terribly rough terrain there. After Hurricane or Tropical Storm Fiona went through, everything is crisscrossed in there, and there is a chance that little ones could crawl in under a big spruce tree root and be well hidden from anybody that walked by. So there's always a chance, but an awful lot of people have gone through there looking, and professional searchers, and haven't found anything. So I think the general public is thinking that there's something different here than lost in the woods.
Yeah, it must be so frustrating for people there. When you heard the news out of Quebec, now we're talking 3 to 4 days as opposed to 6 or 7 weeks, but of the 3-year-old who was found alive and well in Eastern Ontario, what did you make of that story?
I think it raised people's hopes around here, but they are very different situations for sure. But there was sort of a peak in hope, and there still is hope. There's always hope until we find out otherwise. But I think the only hope left for our little ones is if somebody did abduct them, and hopefully somebody who was doing that for a loving cause and not otherwise, that perhaps they could still be safe somewhere maybe far away from here. I think that's in the back of a lot of people's minds, is not maybe the most likely possibility, but still a possibility, and people are hanging on that. When they saw a little flare, I think that raised those hopes a bit, to know that something positive can happen. Again, very different circumstances, but we never lose hope until it's over.
Absolutely. Well said, Robert. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
One second. My thing's going off. Give me one sec. Could be Amazon. Nah, looks like a freaking fake call. One sec. One sec.
I don't think that the
Police are asking anyone.
Sorry.
I don't think that the RCMP are stuck on the kids being in the woods. I think that they've moved on from that. I really do. I don't know if Sunny's going to show the extended version of the searchers interview, but in my own personal opinion, I believe that it's her job. She's going off of the information given by the RCMP. She's not part of the investigation. We know that, but it's her job to believe in what she's doing. So if the last thing that she heard was we're searching the woods because we not have new information, but we'd like to relook at this area, she has got to believe that they're going to find what they're looking for. So I think that she's good at her job, but I do believe that the RCMP have moved on, and there's no telling when that interview was done. It was probably last week sometime.
Yeah, I mean, I can play it if you guys want me to. Like, do you want me to play that one? I have it. I do have it up. I was going to play it. Pardon?
I've watched it a couple of times.
Yeah, but you think I should bother to?
If it was up to me, I would say no. But I mean, if the people want to see it, then
you know, I mean, for anyone out there, there's the extended video of this lady that you can see to your left on the screen that talks about being in the woods. And again, right, I mean, like, she obviously is really good at her job, but I think probably for the most part, for the sake of the children being underneath some freaking oak tree out there and stuff like that, hiding, I think most of us are past that part of it. Now, does that mean that the children possibly, pardon? Go ahead, Kent.
No, I didn't say nothing.
Okay, your little thingy went up there. And again, you guys, there's 273 people in the room. I'm just going to ask you from the bottom of our hearts here, Okay, this channel is all about the missing and the murdered. Okay, it is never for the sake, of the donations. If people donate, they do it because they want to. We don't sit there and ask for them. People do stuff like that, okay? Other than that, the important part here is that this is about Jack and Lily, and these are about the missing and the murdered cases. So please, for the sake of Belinda and the sake of the other family members, for their sake, please hit that like and the share. It's the reason to keep it out. That's all Belinda is asking for, is that you keep their faces out there, okay? Keep the faces out there, keep the story out there to find the truth of what happened to Jack and Lily, okay? And so if you guys could, I'm just going to close my window because I can hear drilling outside. So give me 1 second. And you guys can say something if you want to chat. Just give me a second.
Sorry, I got distracted. That's the poster I shared today. Yeah, I mean, sharing this poster, it matters. It does, no matter what we think might have happened. I'm still keeping the faces and keeping the story relevant, even in social media. No matter what the warden is saying, I think he's very, very much old school, and he doesn't understand or maybe appreciate the reach that YouTube would have to keep this case going. And I can't imagine being a local with all of the rumors and speculation. It's got to be so hard. But as soon as there's another case, people are going to start to move on. And hopefully we don't get to that point. Hopefully we find them before then. But eventually this is going to drop off. And this is the only way we're going to keep it relevant.
But I believe Robert is also speaking on behalf of the community as the warden, and is doing so into the actual releases of statements from the RCMP. So I think that's where he comes from and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Again, there are channels out there that, they want the latest and greatest update, and even if it's not factual, they'll put it out there just to have 1,000, 2,000 people in their chat rooms donating money. And I mean, it is what it is. A lot of people do this for a living. This is their job. So I'm not going to say anything negative about that.
Yeah.
But here, when you come here, I haven't seen, like, Sunny did one live last year where it was like a donation live, and it was for a specific purpose, and it wasn't about a case. Yeah, it wasn't about a case. But when we're covering something and we're trying to get information out and we're having discussions and respectful speculation, there's no begging for money. Sunny has her own job, a full-time job. I have a full-time job. I don't get any money off of this whatsoever. So he's just, I think, a little misinformed.
He is, definitely. And Sarah, I'm actually really tired of your, not specifically you. I had a bunch of people apologize about this, okay? So you need to listen, Sarah, with your ears and learn to shut your mouth on these comments, okay? Honestly, because I'm really sick of them. I am about Jack and Lily first. Get that through your head and anybody else's head. Jack and Lily is why this matters. I sit there and I look at all the information, whether it's about Daniel or whether it's about Malaya. That is speculation. But I had a lot of people apologize to me because some people are under the impression that I'm crawling up somehow Daniel's ass, which is not true. I'm looking at the facts of the case and dealing with the information, whether we believe it's true out of Daniel's mouth or Malaya's mouth or any family member's mouth. So it's kind of like, oh, well, I'm not watching you no more because is this about Jack and Lily? Or is this about if I say that, oh, I'm trying to believe Daniel, or that, hey, I flip-flop and now I kind of believe Malaya's side? Because like you, I'm just looking at the information and trying to make a freaking informed decision on that. But I'm really sick of these people that sit there and keep thinking as if I'm just taking Daniel's side. listen with your ears a little bit, maybe watch some of the lives. And I'm sorry if I'm going down your butt, but I've seen a bunch of these comments of people apologizing to me. And the thing is, this has always been about Jack and Lily first, and that's what it will remain about. And who cares what I think about my side of what I feel? It's what you guys want to believe yourselves, what Charmaine wants to believe, what Kent wants to believe, and what you guys want to believe. If you don't want to watch the channel because you feel like I'm somehow taking Daniel's side, good. See you later. Have a good day. This is about Jack and Lily, and it will remain about Jack and Lily first and foremost, okay? So I want to make myself very clear on that. Either you watch the channel for the information that's coming out, you know, and again, respect the fact that we have opinions too, and it doesn't mean that they're right. It's just speculation when we're talking about that. Okay, so now that I got that cleared out of the way, let's talk about, if you guys don't mind, we're going to talk about yesterday. So yesterday, Darren was called in, okay? And I know Darren cares so much about this case for Jack and Lily, okay? Now, the information he dropped yesterday, that one threw me for a loop, and I'm pretty sure everybody else that was probably watching the chat. Because basically Darren came in saying that he was having a second better half of a day and that he had answers about Jack and Lily, and that basically to say that they're alive, but we had absolutely no receipts to that whatsoever. So just like anything, is that this is coming from a family member that's Malaya's grandmother's cousin, right? Which is a cousin to the side of Patty. Okay, so that would be Malaya's first cousin, twice removed, and this would be Darren. Now, he's been working really hard at trying to find information, but at the end of the day, it left us feeling yesterday like, well, wait a second. I mean, you're saying that the children are alive, but you can't say who it is that's saying this because you made a promise, but you want us to believe that these children are alive. Now, in saying that, again, you take that information with a grain of salt. Does it make it true what Darren's saying? Absolutely not. We don't know. Unless there's receipts to back stuff up, then we have to deem it as more speculation on that. Jay Slater.
Chris Jackson Super Chat. £9.99. You're awesome. Thank you. Follow your Sunday since days later. Make sure praying Jack and Lily from love from England.
Jay Slater case. Yes. Nicola Bully case. Again, thank you so much, Chris, for that. Jay Slater, very sad, tragic case right there. Another one. Again, for me, I do everything from my heart. And I don't need people sitting there going, wow, because you said this about Daniel, I'm not watching your channel no more. Well, good, don't. Okay, don't. Because we're here to talk about Jack and Lily first and foremost, and to bring awareness. And the only thing that we have, okay, because the RCMP isn't telling us besides what they're telling us. Other than that, regardless if you believe it's true or not, whatever Daniel says, whatever Belinda says, whatever Darren says, whatever Logan says, there are people that are still speaking from the family, okay? But yesterday go ahead. Did you say something, Ken?
Nope.
Okay, because your thing kind of...
Just commenting.
Yeah. Now, we're going to be talking about this, and we want to bring it back again to reality in a sense, because although... Again, Darren came in here and he was talking. It was one of those things for me. And I'm just going to say what I feel from my heart on this one, okay? Without disrespect to Darren at all. Because I've appreciated the fact that he's been a voice and we just kind of let him say what he needs to say. And then, you take that information and then you try to decipher what you will. But my instant thought when he came in and said, hey, you know what? I kind of figured out the last puzzle piece here, and Jack and Lily are alive, but I can't say where I got the information from because I made a promise in this. Well, instantly my head went to Belinda, and I'm like, okay, this is a cruel game to a grandmother. If this information that supposedly is 1000% ironclad is false information. So that's what I was thinking, because meaning if you're going to put out that type of big information, then there has to be some sort of receipts to back that up. And if not, then you have to take it with the grain of salt that it's said in. You listen to what was said and you go back and you think about what we all know with Daniel's information, Malaya's interview, and all Daniel's interviews, his interviews, Belinda's, and all that stuff, and then put it back, try to put it back into context of where it truly belongs. So by no means, again, are we sitting here trying to disrespect Darren's information, but for us to take that information on ourselves, and I know he understands this, is that if he has that information for himself, then absolutely wonderful for himself. Okay. But as for us, we're not going to sit there and take that as 1,000% ironclad. We're not going to take it as 100% ironclad. We're not going to take it as anything besides third-hand information that you guys possibly might, want to look into, decide, etc. So with that being said, we just want to bring it back again to the, gravity and reality of the situation, is that as for us as viewers and people that are following the case, we don't know exactly what happened to Jack and Lily. I believe that there's family involvement here, and this becomes about who's lying. Is it Daniel lying? Is it Malaya lying? I believe that they're both lying. Regardless, they're both lying. And there's mistruths in here. And this case should not be that difficult, but it's turning into one of those ones that from Malaya's corner, 100% believe in the RCMP. They're going to do their job. The truth will come out. From Daniel's corner, you know what? Let's basically attack Malaya, say how great I am. And basically, I'm the one willing to take a polygraph test. I'm the one that's willing to hand in my phone information. So we have to look at it from both sides of the fence for sure, and look at it like as if it's from an abusive type of relationship that has escalated into, by chance, the removal of the children by Malaya, and it became something wilder than that. But the information yesterday was going past wild. It was going to absurd. And that's where it's kind of like, in my heart of hearts, I don't want Belinda to even have the potential hope that they're alive. If somebody's going to come on and say like that, for sure they're alive, 100%, 1,000% ironclad and stuff like that. But I know she's also a wise woman. And I know, and just like Chelsea, I know that the family members that go ahead. Ken, you keep popping in a little bit, so I don't know that you're meaning to, but I hear something coming from your thing. But anyways, so that's my particular thoughts on that, and I'm here just to look at everything. And if it's Daniel that's truly involved with the kid's disappearance, or Malaya is the one that has scooted them off somewhere, and this whole absurd thing past that, a month, basically almost at the 2-month mark soon enough, and that these children are still missing, and that the RCMP are such dumbasses that out of all this, they couldn't have, figured all this out. But no, they put out 150,000 reward here. So to me, it's absurd that this much later in the case, that Malaya wouldn't have just said, you know what, I was just trying to get the kids out of there, trying to put them in a safe place, But no, that's not what happened. So now we got them, headed off to the US or Canada somewhere, and that they're being protected and that we won't see them till they're 18 years old sounds absurd. It is absurd, is what it is. So again, Darren, all these D's. He's just going with whatever he believes is the information that's given to him. Does it mean it's factual to us? No. Charmaine, okay, so that's what I got to say on that, because my heart went out instantly to put out that type of information, kind of like what Lauren said, is that I'm not here to try to hurt Melinda, and she knows that. But false hope of I got 1,000% glad that the children are alive and stuff like that. Instantly, when we don't know that that's true, because we don't got nothing to back that up, it just hurt my heart, is what it did. For the sake of, Belinda, especially, because she believes that the children, that something bad has happened to them, and she doesn't believe probably that they're alive, but she would always want to hold out hope. But it's just that we didn't have no receipts, and it came off as, like, sorry, I lied to y'all. Sorry, this. Once people keep saying that they're lying, then just like Daniel, how are you supposed to believe anything that comes out of their mouth? Then the internet's going to have a field day at it, right? And which I said to Darren yesterday, like, honestly, because then people there's no credibility there anymore. And so, it's kind of like I said, usually you have to have receipts to back up what you're saying. But that was quite the bombshell yesterday. And again, no disrespect to Darren, right? He's just doing what his heart feels is right for these children, even if yesterday it was just kind of like just a bombshell, but a bombshell without backing it up. Go ahead, Charmaine, next.
Yeah, what Sunny said pretty much exactly. And I know I apologized a bunch of times, but that's just not what this channel is about. And I think it's pretty safe for me to say that had Sunny known what was about to be shared, that would not have been part of our live stream yesterday. It's okay to speculate, and I say it all the time. It's okay to speculate responsibly, but you always have to keep the families in the back of your mind and in your heart, and have that empathy. And how would I feel hearing this information? And we don't support or promote any kind of unfounded speculation like that, because speculation is speculation. That means we're shooting blanks. We have absolutely no information. But for somebody to come on and say, I'm 1,000% positive the kids are alive, blah, 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 and if they ever come back to this area, they're going to be completely different. You'll never see them again. That's not right and irresponsible. And I have a feeling that after the fact, Darren might have regretted some of the things that he had put out, the way he put it out. But too little, too late, right? Once it's out there, it's out there. And thank God that people haven't started running with it yet today. But I mean, it's just a matter of time. And unfortunately, our channel stamp is going to be on that information, and that's just not what Sunny has ever stood for. So that's,
if you have facts, then support them with receipts. You have to. If not, be responsible then with the information. I was not expecting that to be said yesterday at all. And I do, again, it's hard to go back when it's already out there. And then when somebody tells you that they had to lie and do this stuff, like, I understand for sure that you keep your friends close and your enemies closer and stuff like that. But I feel like that was just so, it was just so extreme of information that it just was like, wait, no. So it was just absurd is what it was. But we're going to talk about that. So Ken, I'll give you your feelings on that. And you can say, Ken, whatever you need to say of our talk earlier, whatever you're allowed to say, feel free to say whichever you're able to, if you would like. Because you have a very, reasonable grasp of everything that's going on and stuff like that. So whatever you can say, want to say, go ahead, Ken.
Well, I think the biggest thing is everybody knows that this case seems to be weird, hard to understand, hard to interpret, because we have one side, other than outside direct family members, we're only getting one side of the conversation or story. And we all know, as I said in the chat and answered somebody a few minutes ago, there's always three sides to a story. One from each side that's involved, and then the truth in the middle, which probably takes in a little bit from both of those sides, and depending on people's interpretation of words and or that's why it's nice, rather than just seeing Derwin, if he was typing this stuff in the chat, it's nicer to hear his voice, because
Absolutely.
you can tell, like somebody was saying that they don't know if they can believe that he cares for the children. I think that you can tell in his voice from every time that he talked on here, he has a deep love for these children and probably most children. And he came on here excited yesterday afternoon because he got confirmation in his mind that he was able to believe the facts that he gathered to give him the satisfaction that he knows, or not that he knows, that he believes the children were to be safe. And the rest of us, because it's hearsay, we have to take everything and say, okay, these are the facts. What do I believe? And is it plausible? And I think that a lot of people believe and speculate that sometimes this story seems to be getting off track or out of the realm of being plausible. And we need the info from the RCMP. And I don't think we need every detail, but we'd like to have a few more bibbits here and there that we can say, okay, we're going, we can believe that this scenario is possible. And that will lead different people in their own minds to believe different scenarios until the facts are presented. And when the RCMP does solve the case, for our American viewers that think that we're going to get a whole bunch of information of what, when, where, and why, and how, that won't happen until it goes to court. And then we might still not get all those details that you would get if it was an American case. So I think we just got to have faith. Believe in your faith, whatever it is, that, and if we believe strong enough, that our prayers will protect Jack and Lily, and they can be returned back home. And when I say home, I mean to their province, not necessarily to their family right away, because that'll be investigated with CPS being involved. So that's all I can add.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Kent. I know people are confused, as am I, about you. But this, you know what? I'm gonna leave that part of this. Is that when family members are speaking, no matter what, they're still family members, but take it with a grain of salt. All that information. Do not. So if Darren wants to take it as fact that he knows the answers, then he absolutely can. Do I believe he's doing things for the right reasons? You know, fighting for Jack and Lily. His heart knows. You know, and he knows. Like everyone, each of us know in our heart. You know, the truth in a sense, right? If he's out there fighting for Jack and Lily, and that's his truth, and that's his truth, absolutely. Again, I advise everyone to take anything that is said, regardless, from whether it's from Daniel, Darren, Belinda, Okay, these are regardless, these are words, and it's the most insight we have. But does it make it all truth? Absolutely not. Okay, and that's where it is. So absolutely not. So until this investigation leads to Jack and Lily, and that they come out saying that this person is under arrest, or this person's under arrest, or this is what happened to the children. Other than that, it's just information. But it's the closest information that we are going to have. Besides the people that put out false crap and the AI crap, false timelines and stuff like that, the best timeline we have to go by really is what's being put out there by Daniel speaking, by if Darren's speaking. But don't forget, Daniel, okay, there's a difference here, right? Because we're showing text messages between Charmaine and Daniel, okay? So those are Daniel's words. Belinda as well, right? Family and stuff like that. Those are the words. Like when she shows pictures and between, well, it's like my husband's here. 1 second. Husband's just grabbing his phone. Okay. Thanks, husband. Okay. Okay. So those are things like the conversations between Malaya and Belinda and stuff like that. Those to me are like the prime of the information coming out, because those, or Daniel's interviews, right? Or Belinda's interviews, right? Those are the best things to facts. Now, here we have someone that is the cousin to the grandmother of Patty, coming out with information. But a lot of this, like yesterday, he couldn't say what his source was at all for verification. So that we put that to one of the lower grades of information, but still take it as information as that. So as long as we all remember that regardless, the information is just that. It's information coming from family members. Whether it's the truth or not is a different thing. Whether anyone believes in Darren and what he said, again, that's totally up to you. I am not going to sit here and believe that these children are alive at this point. I want to believe that they are, but I'm not going to believe it based on someone telling me that they have 1,000% clad, and that these children are alive. And that I'm just going to be like, oh, okay, case solved. RCMP will, put it out in a couple of days. And no, that's not good enough for me personally. So I'm going to keep fighting for Lily and Jack to bring them home until we actually get the truth. Because what I see going on right now is just a lot of bullshit. It's a lot of lies, a lot of bullshit, and things that don't make sense. So that's what I say to that. Now, there's a lot of bullshit. I got to say that to this case. For something that should have been simple, right? You think two kids, got playing in the woods, got lost perhaps, 20 minutes time, they would have been found. Okay? This case is totally full of bullshit is what it is. And it's weeding through all the family information and whatever, and then trying to determine in your head who's the liar. Besides, both of them are lying. We know that both of them are lying regardless, okay? Because they both told that story in the morning. So they're both still lying. We know that. But what happened to the kids? Did Malaya go to the end of the driveway, put them in a vehicle, and stuff like that, and try to protect them? This is where it gets wonky, right, Charmaine? So, did Daniel? I mean, Daniel is inconsistent. What about these two freaking sweaters? Like, what a weird thing to say ever. One of the things that's very common is that if some stepfather, whatever, is jealous and controlling, and then they freaking do something to their wife or the kids and stuff like that. So that's absolutely a line to look at, because in reality, to be honest with you, the evidence, in a sense, typically points towards a controlling personality. If that's the case, according to Malaya, controlling personality. She wanted out of there. She was planning on leaving to him. oops, 2 kids go missing, not his own, but 2 other kids. So this is a very normal scenario in a lot of cases where the stepfather absolutely could look like he has something to do with it. And I'm just trying to see, okay, is it that Malaya pushed out those children and then it turned into this really absurd, ridiculous scenario that they're now freaking not going to be seen till they're 18 years old? A little bit too much for me to believe, to be honest with you. Now, if Malaya, the children would have went to Malaya's home, her mom's house, and then she was like, just doing it for the sake of panic mode, that she was like, hey, the children are gone. Or Daniel, Janie, you see me, blah, 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 and then it stopped there. That would have made sense. But that's not what we're hearing. Oh, the children somehow got, shipped off this way, that way, this way. Could be in Canada and some sort of other part of, Canada or across the States and stuff like that. Absurd. Could it still be true? Probably this much. But it's just absurd that we're on the 21st of June from the 2nd of May, and that you're telling me that the RCMP haven't figured any of this out at all, off of basically a mistake that Malaya made by, calling the police? Or is Daniel the bullshitter that's a total full-on pathological liar that's literally feeding a bunch of bullshit and talking about 2 sweaters that if they're found, that don't forget that the family took 2 sweaters. So if they're found with the children, it was planted evidence. So we have to look at it all. Right, Charmaine? Right, Kent? You guys go on. Who wants to talk next? Because I'm good right now. No. Who wants to talk? Charmaine or Kent next?
Did we lose Charmaine?
Nah. I think she's decided.
I'm here. I'm multitasking.
Oh, are you? Okay. Do you want Kent to say something next, or do you want to go next, Charmaine?
Do you just want to give me like a quick recap? Because you're aware of what I am. So do you want to give me just a quick recap of where you left off, and I'll pick it up from there?
Our thing is this, is that the absurdity of what Darren was saying yesterday, it just seemed out of just absurd. It was kind of like just saying, well, I'm telling you guys this, I'm done with this case. I got my answer. Here you go. Jack and Lily are alive. This is what's happened. They've been this and they've been put over here, and I'm good with it and I'm done. And that left me going, no. Yeah, no. You just don't come in here and say that, because it's absurd why this would have extended past Malaya, panicking, calling the police and turning it into a big ordeal. It would have been stopped that night or very shortly after, not have gone on for freaking over a month, 7 weeks here. Yeah. Right. So that's what we were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. And so, and that's my whole thing. No matter what precipitated or made Malaya think that she had to leave that day, no matter what, once she was out and she was safe, there is no reason that this went on as long as it did. She's not scared anymore. She's just not. And the longer it goes, the more trouble she's going to get into. So it's not plausible for somebody to keep this secret, and to be able to keep this secret and not be able to see her kids in the meantime. So she's gaining nothing out of it whatsoever. It doesn't make sense. And believe it, don't believe it. And Vanessa, you can think it makes sense. That's fine. We're all entitled to our own opinion. And my opinion is that it is ludicrous to think that it's gone this far under these circumstances for no reason. He has no legal right to those 2 kids. None. If there's CPS involvement, he would have no chance in getting custody of Meadow without a serious court fight. None. So There's no rhyme or reason. And then another question I will pose to you, believers of this theory or hopefuls of this theory, is what's her end game? When does it end? When is she going to want to see her kids enough to come clean and say they're perfectly fine? What is her end game? If none of that fits, then, and I'm not saying don't believe it, believe what you want, but just kind of try to keep it on a logical pathway of thinking, right? I was like, there's a couple of things in chat that was happening, and I just wanted to. Person close to the family with nothing to gain, lose, should be more credible. It's silly for some to say, I don't believe them, no receipts. That, to me, it's not, I don't believe them, no receipts, because if you have credible information that's worthy of my support, then even if you didn't want it aired on YouTube, which, I mean, honestly, there's not a whole lot that wasn't, other than the name, wasn't aired on YouTube. There's no reason to not provide receipts. No reason. It doesn't have to be confirmed receipts, whatever, but tell us where you got the information.
Well, I asked if there was proof of life.
Yeah. And that person, that source, should have been able to say, I can't give you proof of life, but this person might be able to, or let's try something to get proof of life. If this, but again, all of that to me is just noise, because I will never believe that Malaya is still keeping this terrible, terrible secret, knowing that she can't see her kids. There's no, if something terrible happened after the kids went to the end of the driveway, got in the car and took off, and something terrible happened and they're no longer with us in some other way, there's no reason for her to continue keeping this secret.
And Darren, if you're watching now too, if you want to clear up yesterday, if you want to clear up for folks yesterday, your true intent, because what yesterday's live was an absolute disaster for that information of saying that the kids are still alive. And then, but you're good with it. You're done with it, and stuff like that. But, you put your words to that. You even told the internet your name, which you should never do, by the way. Never do. Because that's one of those things is that, the people in your community might know who you are, but you should probably never have said your name on literally how to spell it and everything. Okay. No, because then now everyone has that information out there, but live and learn from being in true crime and stuff like that. But again, Darren, you do, like I said, we're not here to knock you down and stuff like that, but we're talking about the information you gave with that. So if there's any corrections that need to be made to what you said yesterday, you have the ability to come back up here, clear up anything that you wish to re-say, should you want to do so. And if not, then that's perfectly fine as well. Regardless, go ahead, Charmaine.
Michelle, I think. Michelle DiNardo. In my opinion, Daniel trying to protect Malaya. And by the way, Malaya, where are the kids? Daniel is not protecting Malaya. Show me anywhere online that he has said one positive thing about Malaya. He hasn't. He has been running her down to anyone that'll listen, and then saying, I don't want to talk negatively about Malaya. Don't attack Malaya. But he has never said one positive thing about Malaya. And the fact that he says, I love Malaya, that's not a positive thing about Malaya. He is not protecting her. He's just not. And then the next one, Donna Williams. Why does Janie not speak out? So from my understanding, Janie is speaking to the RCMP, but she's not doing media, and she's certainly not doing social media. And the RCMP have her phone. Like all these people have no obligation to the public to talk to us or the media. they have an obligation to talk to and cooperate with law enforcement. And to our understanding, they are. All of them. Not just Daniel, but all of them. Daniel is the only one that's publicly speaking out. Besides now Darren. But again, how Darren got actually involved is, to me, I mean, it's unknown. It was probably more of a, an untrust of the RCMP. They're not going to be able to do it, so I'm going to step in and I'm going to find out this information. Is I can't say for sure, but that's what I suspect got him involved. But as for actual family that is directly involved in this case, Daniel is the only one that's speaking out. Everybody else is cooperating with the RCMP, but not speaking to media, which is their right. And the sweater thing, I just want Daniel to. I don't even know that he can explain that.
I don't even know either.
He can explain that first comment about.
Well, do you want me to play that part of? Do you want me to play that part that we were going to play yesterday that Darren talked about when it came to that? And just regardless, it's still his words. It's what he heard.
It's what he heard, but it's not the same as what Daniel had said, right? He was talking about, I think he was talking about something different.
Well, so I'll put up the two comments that you sent me. Let's see here. There was this comment here. So this is from Dolly's live a couple days ago when Daniel, was piping up in chat a bit. And hold on, I need to make that bigger because I can't read it. Her family took 2 of my sweaters when they left. Look at this. He says, watch them be planted when investigators close in. Okay, so that was one. And then the other one is this one. No, the sweaters were taken when they left because I was up at the command center and is a kilometer away and I had to walk back from there. Okay, so WTF on that, to be honest with you. So
I mean, what? Who? I was, when I saw it, I was like, Daniel, what are you doing? What are you doing? And why are you doing that? Because there was no question about the shirts, because we had heard about the shirts and the water bottle before. This is something different, guys. They went into the trailer, took 2 of his sweaters before they left, and he was down at the command center, and kilometer away for him to get back. Now, how he realized that they took those sweaters, I don't know, but strange speculation that when his sweaters are going to be planted when the investigators close in is peculiar. Merge that, I mean, maybe they did, but Daniel jumped to that conclusion that now watch. My sweaters will be planted when the investigators close in. That is not something that Daniel should have ever said, especially not in a chat room on YouTube.
Child slowly piecing together what actually happens to you, not to be mean, but he's not brilliant.
I think what we've seen from Daniel is a naive man-child slowly piecing together what actually happened here. Not to be mean, but he's not brilliant. Well, he's not. I wouldn't call him brilliant, but I wouldn't call him a dumbass. I think he's somewhere in the middle. Well, I don't know. Talking about these sweaters randomly, you want to talk about putting a freaking target on your ass just by
Vanessa,
talking.
he's not peddling that he's being set up. He's peddling that Malaya and her mother took the kids to hide them from him. So even that doesn't fly, because that's not what Daniel is saying. We need a spreadsheet and like a flow chart, just to.
Is someone really good at flow charts out there with this shit?
Tom Webster.
Tom Webster, yeah. I mean, honestly, some people are really good at that stuff. But, you know, you have to, I'm so sorry, but he is peddling that Malaya's family, okay, that took the children and hid them. That's what he's peddling.
Now,
go ahead, Kent. You go ahead, Kent. Say your thoughts on this one.
that's what he's peddling now, because the fact that they may be running off into the woods is not believable. But that's the way that some of this other stuff is going to be. Like when he's making the comments that family, don't know who they were, was in the house, and then there's clothing missing, then that's a statement that he's made, and it's in words. It's not someone else hearsay. So anybody that's out there, and I'm not saying that the RCMP are watching these crime channels and the tarot card readers and everything else 24/7, but you can be assured that they have probably, I would say it would be computer programs watching chats and picking out keywords, because that's the way that they would work. And then if something rings a bell that, oh, wait, this keywords are being picked up over and over and over and over in this chat. Okay, let's go back and see what they were talking about. I suspect, I don't know, this is just my opinion, I suspect that that's one of their investigative tools that they could use with the way that technology is today. Because I know universities have programs that do that for plagiarism. So I'm sure the RCMP can do the same thing for picking out chats or keywords out of chats. And if something is brung up, whether it's words or sentences several times, then, and it might not be an officer that would go in and look at that, but there would be the technical analysis. Like, remember those 11 groups of people and departments of the RCMP that they said that is working the case, major crimes, the truth analyzation, the technical analyzation department. So all those groups. So like for us to be here talking about stuff, and for anybody that's there, and if it comes up multiple times, then I would think that would be probably be something that would be picked up by the program and spit it out to them, that they could go and check it out further. But like I say, Daniel's saying that they took these 2 sweaters to do this. Well, the only reason why he would say that is if they're found, those 2 sweaters are found later, and whether they're connected to the case or not. Tam, I see in the chat, you're back to believing the children may be deceased. I'm 50-50 on that. I really am. I want to believe that in my heart that they're alive, but I still have my belief that for a scenario to happen the way that it has, to get out of control, blowing up, however you want to say it, and dragged on now, we're only a week away here, folks, from 2 months.
Yeah.
So for that to happen, there's stuff that has to happen, I guess is the way that I'm saying. And just to bring everybody back, sort of when we were talking before we went live today, we said, well, how can we get everybody to sort of just go back to the beginning, review everything that you've heard, seen, know everybody talked about. And I bet you if there's 500 people in the chat, I would say we'd probably come up with 300 totally different stories. Or an aspect of the story being different, if not the complete story. Until we get the facts, all we can do is draw the attention to Jack and Lily and hope that they come home.
CB Canada says, what people likely, Daniel, don't understand is that the police are not your friends, and they aren't. A criminal lawyer will tell you not to say anything. You might be honest, but info can all be used against you. Yep, well, absolutely. You know, I'm trying to think right now, Kent, back to Malaya talking with Belinda in those messages. When Malaya clearly says basically what the children are wearing that day, okay? And then, so again, just trying to look at it logically a little bit, is that, so potentially, if we want to look at it like Malaya hauled off the children that morning in a vehicle and was trying to do something to protect herself, okay? And so, Kent, just to ask you, you obviously know the conversation that morning, we obviously had a conversation this morning. What information were we allowed to say?
Well, basically, we just, like I say, I for anybody that doesn't know or didn't see in the chat, I had a phone call from Darren this morning. He knew of my name and family and my reputation. He called me. He said, Ken, I want to talk. So we got together and we talked, and we just basically went back through from the beginning, and I took his information going in my story from the start, which I thought, well, maybe it was a cover up. Like something happened the other one was a cover up. They had to do because they were trying to self-preserve, and this would involve both parents. I'm not putting this on either side. So, and then he said, yeah, but this, and I said, well, maybe if we know that the parent or the kids went missing that morning, say if they were put in the car, and I said, the next thing that I would think about would be that Malaya would have been going back into the house and got caught by Daniel. And if Daniel was still sleeping, then she would have been planning on jumping in the car, getting the baby, jumping in the car and go, and they'd be gone, and she would be able to tell the story, and that would be it. It'd be over. And he said, but with Janie?
Janie.
Did I get it right?
Janie,
so with
right.
Janie interrupting that, and with Daniel telling us that when he came out from that 30-second search in the woods, and that Malaya had like a stunned look like on her face that she did something wrong, but she was on her phone, then the next step would have been for her to go, but she couldn't go then because Janie had caught her or interrupted her, and then Daniel came out, so she had to say, oh, well, the kids ran into the woods. So then Daniel runs in the woods and goes and checks their little fort and their wigwam, thing that's what I call it. It's like a teepee in the backyard there. You've seen it in some of the aerial photos from the first days of the searching. And then, like, okay, they did that little search. So then the next step or next chance that Malaya would have had would have been when Daniel went to do and drove around and checked the dirt roads and whatnot. But she couldn't get out then because Janie was home. So it just kept roll-balling. And so our stories, I was taking pieces from his and pieces from mine and saying, well, what is this? Well, no, it wasn't like that because it wasn't like this. But you were going to ask something, Sonny?
Yeah, I was, because I think there are important part of this is and not getting into the maybe specifics, but it's kind of like people want to know where this could have started from. And I think that part's important. Are you allowed to talk about that part? And if you need to minimize what, like the actual thing about the Thursday and about what.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to get into that. Just that we were talking about the children being seen in public Thursday afternoon with the mother, and the RCMP's official terms was with family. Daniel has told us after the fact that it was him and Malaya and Meadow and the two kids that was seen in public, which narrowed down our timeline. But the other piece, no, I wouldn't want to say that because it's speculation.
Well, no, it is, and that's just it. It is speculation, regardless. That's just it. We don't have receipts for it, so it's just somebody's word of what was said by, say, Daniel. Obviously, for him to have that information at all, really, or within the family. But regardless, that's more like speculation because there's no receipts to back it up. Now, I did put out there, Darren, if you're watching in chat, I did put out there that and I sent you a message on Messenger, that if you want to clear up stuff from yesterday and you want to say, because honestly, I really hate these games of this stuff like this, it's like, well, you can say this, but you can't say that, but you can say this, but you can't say that, but in order for anyone even to believe or even have a little bit more insight is if that speculation part, that's what led up to Malaya, say, putting the kids in the car, without going into the details of it, but saying that.
Well, he says there, Malaya, in case you missed the comment, Darwood O'Grady, I am going to the cops as we speak, and they will have to break Malaya because he can't. So he can't break Malaya because he can't get to talk to her. Daniel Martell is going to be in difficulties for sure, but he doesn't believe that he's guilty of hiding or killing the kids. So that's what Darren said right there, his last comment in the chat that I see.
But can we?
So apparently he's going to the RCMP to tell them what he knows, and then they'll have to break Malaya because we all know, and whether it's truthful or bullshit, Daniel's doing plenty of talking. So we need to hear either from Malaya, and when I say we, I'm not talking about us in this chat group. I'm talking about RCMP. They need to hear from either Malaya, Janie, or anybody else that helped do anything within this situation.
Well,
Tiffany,
go ahead.
he said he's on his way as we speak. So whether that means that he's getting out of the chat and he's going to talk to, I guess he has one guy there with the head of the investigative unit that he talks to more than just Jordan, I believe he said his name was. So I guess that's all we can take him at his word, is that he's going to tell them today. Whether that's
Right.
10 minutes time or 2 hours time, he said he's going as we speak.
Right. But I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this, and I'm not going to get into the middle part of this. But I will say this because I think it's important. And this is hypothetical. No, sorry. This is just speculation, okay? Because that's what it is. It's speculation. So apparently, Malaya and Daniel had an argument on Thursday, which carried over into Friday, which carried in towards this whole scenario about that. So that's all I'm going to say about that part, Kent. So if there was an argument that happened on Thursday that rolled over into Friday, and that allegedly perhaps that the kids were called in sick, and that Malaya had intentions to leave, which we've heard about. Okay, Darren has said for 2 months she's been talking to family members, wanting to get out of there. So obviously, when Daniel makes this comment to me about the old Daniel, again, just take it with a grain of salt, people. Okay, so what I'm saying is that a scenario, a plausible scenario, got into an argument on Thursday, rolled into Friday. Malaya wanted out of there, right? She had it set up that the kids were going to be picked up. Let's just say, again, this is just a line of thinking, that she had the kids to come picked up. And then Daniel says in his words that it's like Malaya got her hand caught in a cookie jar, basically, that she didn't know that Janie was home, and that basically Malaya was playing on her phone. And then we only ever heard about this driveway thing through Darren. Okay. So now we all know that Darren is talking with Daniel. Okay. So again, take it with a grain of salt, because it's not Daniel saying this. This is third-hand information coming from another source, right? In a sense. So I'm just trying to give the basis of this whole line of that Malaya took the kids, panicked when she, said that, well, they're gone. And then Daniel's like, well, Malaya's like, do you think we should call the cops? Maybe this is what got her in this whole debacle, right? Of, giving these children over with her intent of taking Malaya and Meadow at some point. But I have to look at all of this again, because obviously there's things said by Daniel and Malaya that are absolute bullshit. In that first morning, whatever they were trying to do together, based upon perhaps this argument happening and her trying to get the kids out of there, or at least Jack and Lily off. And then Janie happens to kind of come into the picture there. Again, allegedly, people, take it with a grain of salt. But this is where this so-called thing transpired, in that all of a sudden Malaya goes into panic mode, right? Next thing you know, the cops are called. It turns into this bigger situation, and that these kids are now, say, with Cindy or a family member or friends, whatever. But then it's from that point on that it goes to absurdness. So I can understand that part. If that happened that day and there was this argument that ensued, and that Malaya was just like, I'm done. I want the F out of here. I'm sick and tired of this controlling Daniel.
But that's the thing. When she left with her mother on Saturday at noon after the RCMP briefing, because we know that there was an argument between
Logan,
Malaya's family and other people at the end of the driveway, because Logan has said that, Daniel has said that, reporters have said that. Daniel has said that his mother had to kick people off the property because of all that happening. Well, once she got out of there that day, why wasn't this over?
Right. Why wasn't it over? Exactly. Why wasn't it? Right.
And we have it in Daniel's words himself, And we know something has changed because in Daniel's messages to Charmaine, when he first spoke, one of the last messages, he was saying that he wanted to get a message through covert means, through Malaya, saying, listen, baby, I still love you. I want to go back to the way that we were in the past, and you'll get the Daniel that I was before.
Right.
So whether that was an argument on that Thursday or at any other time or whatever, something was coming up there and building up. And Daniel knows it after the fact because he said several times that, well, I want to tell you that I want to be the Daniel that you met when we go and watch and sit under the waterfalls and walk on Big Island Beach.
Yep. This one right here. 1 second.
But Vanessa, there is still a crime. Like I see you say, because she's a narcissist, I think she will get away with this because there's no crime besides false police reports. There's who's ever connected to this when it's figured out, there's possible kidnapping because you were taken without one parent's permission, and I know Cody wasn't in their life, but if they were taken, then that's a possible. You have falsely reporting information to police of a non-crime or a crime that is different than what you reported, and once you get out of the situation that caused you to do that, you still let it go. So you had to wait. Like that was on May. If they went missing on May 2nd, so that was on May 3rd. So by May 4th, she could have ended the original search. She could have ended everything. But there were searches for 2 other weekends. And there was reports, and I'm not saying that they will get Lyme disease, but by these searchers being in the woods and coming out with ticks on them and getting tick bites, you're exposing them to those factors. So, like, there's all kinds of different crimes that if they wanted to push it and how far they want to push it, depending upon the length of time that they let it go on, because it could have been stopped before all that happened on the 3rd or 4th of May.
Yep. So, and so that's just it. So, okay. So the 8 o'clock time, supposedly, hypothetically, came from the fact that Janie came out and Malaya was on her phone at the end of the driveway, but didn't see the kids get put into a vehicle, like hypothetically or whatever. Right?
Yeah, she must have missed that, like Durwood said, by seconds. Like,
if we believe it, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. As for who is it that's doing this? Angel. You see how badly your period is in that spot because you're not using your punctuation correctly? So that one you obviously got away with. Okay? Whenever you use a period, you need to put your space between that, or Streamlabs is going to deem it as you're trying to post a link. So it's your punctuation that's causing it. Just like what I'm seeing here. This one obviously got through, but you see how you have no space after your I? Use your punctuation correctly and Streamlabs will leave you alone. Fair enough? Fair enough. That's what's causing Streamlabs to act like you're posting a link. Okay, so for anyone else as well, it's because of using your punctuation incorrectly. Streamlabs wants to think that you're trying to post like a www dot, I am, an idiot and don't know my punctuation. Just kidding. But
Green Girl, you're asking how the hell do these two guys know all this re? What are you asking? Like, what two guys are you talking about? And what re?
What was the question? What was somebody saying there?
She said it was back there just a little bit, but she said, how the hell do these two guys know all this read, which must mean info maybe, but she must be talking about Darwood, but who, like, if she's talking about me, it's what I'm saying is just my own speculation. It's nothing.
Well, let me 1 second there, Charmaine, are you doing stuff in the background, or do you need to speak up at anything?
I'm doing stuff in the background, but
Okay.
I've been kind of trying to listen and kind of sort of trying to keep up with chat a little bit, but
I just wasn't sure if you were busy doing stuff or if you were. I just wanted to make sure that you said something if you were trying to wait for your turn or something. That's all.
no, I'm still doing what I was doing before.
You do that. Whenever you want to pipe up, just turn your camera on.
Okay.
So, Sonny, there, I just want to address it, Green Girl. What I'm saying is either all stuff that's been out there, or the only thing that I stated was, I told you the conversation that I had with Darwood this morning. And so, as far as me having receipts, it's like my story and whatnot is just all either one speculation, or it's just picking the pieces from the
opinion.
Different. Well, no, from the different RCMP reports that give us just that little nibbit, and if you go and you start piecing them all together, anything that I stated is either there or, like I had said, it's my own speculation. So it's not. I don't know why you think that I'm trying to just put it out there as fact. That's not what I'm doing. Is my speculation.
Yeah.
But except for Sonny had asked about my conversation this morning and in relation to what it was that might have led to this and whether it was an argument or whatever it was, but that's just all my speculation. That's got nothing officially released from the RCMP to state that was the fact.
Exactly. So hold on a second. Thank you, Angel.
Angel Singer 277 Super Chat. €2.49. You're awesome. Thank you.
That's for me explaining Streamlabs on there. Yeah. But again, I mean, I don't like to play games or hit, all this headache crap and, speaking in tongue because somebody says you can't say this, but you can do this. That's why it's like, okay, dude, get back up here, explain it, say what you want to clear up and stuff like that. But I think it's important that there's two sides to a story, and there's three sides. There's we all know that there's Daniels, Malayas, and then there's the truth. That's there. That's not being told, obviously. So if we're looking at, say, line 1, which is what people are going down, right? If according to Darren's information, okay, and again, take it with a grain of salt, but it's just giving somebody the gist. So if an argument, according to him, happened by information he was giving on Thursday, which rolled into the Friday, which led up to this whole Malaya wanting to get out of there, giving the kids off, and why this whole timeline doesn't make sense, this is a plausibility. But again, the point that it stops for me is that up until the point that this should have been done with that day, that any mistake Malaya may have made, that she would have said, you know what, I'm so sorry, I panicked, you know, and, you know, no, the kids are here, their kids are fine. But once it went into this whole spin twist of that the children are now being given over to somebody else, they're hidden. And then, like I said, as Darren came out yesterday and said, look, I had to talk to somebody to get this information. And they said, you know, that, I mean, I can't tell who my source is and I can't, you know, do this, but I can tell you 1,000% ironclad that the kids are alive. And that, so once it got to the point that Malaya didn't own up to anything within the next day or two of all this so-called mistake and trying to get the kids out of there because of wanting to leave hers and Daniel's relationship, you know, which obviously it wasn't, there was something unhealthy going on here regardless, right? Unhealthy. She's, again, Belinda's already said that this is a totally different Malaya than the Malaya that she knew. And according to Malaya's messages, basically Daniel didn't want to give out the address. It seemed like a jealousy factor, come off as controlling, all that stuff. Hence why someone says the old Daniel. Okay. Whenever somebody refers to that by saying the old person, that means that they've changed. There's something about that relationship has changed, because I say that to my husband all the time, and I know exactly what that sentence means, because my husband, when he first came over from England and stuff like that, right, you're in your definite romance stage for whatever year, 2 years, whatever. And then as life kind of, you know, he start, you know, when he's working and he's driving all day and he's, you know, the being in traffic all day makes people miserable. Trust me, it happened with my ex-husband too. Frickin', and he was from Newfoundland. And when you're in Vancouver, trust me, you're driving just to get somewhere that normally would take anybody else 20 minutes, takes a frickin' hour and a half, okay? Because it's Vancouver traffic and it sucks. So anyways, so my husband started getting more miserable about stuff like that. And so meaning, you know, you get shorter with your patience over time. You do. You simply just do. So I've always said to my husband, you know, I want the softer husband back. I want, you know, that husband. But as we've been married for almost 10 years, coming July 11th, things obviously usually change. I know that they do. So I still sit in my bubble of the, you know, honeymoon stage, but I know that I can't control how others react. So I keep saying to my husband, I want my old husband back. I want the husband that I met back. The one that was, you know, much more softer in speaking and stuff like that. That's where this comes from. So obviously, you know, if Malaya feels like she's in a controlling relationship and she can't do shit all whatever, and Daniel is that controlling, jealous guy because he thinks he got someone because he's insecure about his own freaking, you know, manhood and shit like that because of his own issues, then those get pulled back onto and deflected onto the relationship because they're jealous, they start having controlling issues. So Malaya obviously wanted out of there. Yeah. Right. So, you know, for her to possibly have done all this again could be actually true. That if there's an argument that happened on Thursday, rolled into Friday, kids got called in sick, right? And all that stuff. And you know that there's bullshitting going on during those two interviews, first thing in the morning, and the timeline's messed up. But could it still be true? But again, then we're going into freaking la la land of sitting there thinking that these children were now handed off, hidden, won't be seen, that they're fine. But hey, you know, it just no. It just, honestly, it's ridiculous to think that it went that far over something.
$9.99. You're awesome. Thank you.
Who's this one?
My opinion. The only one who has felt
Who's on first?
Mother-in-law whose spin don't always make sense. I think if we knew about them both, some of their insanity would make sense of love.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Here it is right here. Thank you so much. You're spending all your freaking paycheck on us today, hey? On there. Appreciate it. And if it's, again, the comments are coming fast and furiously. Thank you for the support of the channel. Who's on first today? Appreciate that. And whatever other days. Again, we just want, at the end of the day, we're just going to bring awareness to Jack and Lily's case, right? However the conclusion of this case happens, whether it's Daniel or Malaya, all we're doing is trying to sift through the bullshit to get through the truth. And maybe we will, and maybe we won't. We're just going to take the information that's before us and use our brain cells and try to understand where the bullshit's coming from. And things don't make sense because we don't know the full truth, obviously, and that's where we have to leave it up to the RCMP or anyone that's in the families that have information in regards to Jack and Lily. And damn right that one of those, either Daniel knows, or Daniel's side of the family knows, or Malaya's side, or they both freaking know. But I think that somebody out of these families would have come out and said, and would have never have let it get to this ridiculous point that these children are now hidden somewhere, that we won't ever see them again, till they're freaking whatever years old. That's the point of ridiculous for me. And we're at almost 2 months. And you're going to tell me that something that happened by accident is going to keep spiraling to this bullshit, fanatical story? Not buying it. I'm more likely to believe that possibly that Daniel did something to the kids that day, because there's just as much shit to go his way than there is to go Malaya's way. Now, I was telling you guys earlier about the message from Malaya to Belinda, right? Malaya talks about the clothes and the strawberry backpack that day. You never heard that information that day come out on the news or from the Nova Scotia RCMP. All you ever heard about was like 3 articles: the blue boots, Lily was wearing pink and something like that, and pink pants and whatever. You never heard anything about the strawberry backpack. So this is kind of what sticks in my head, just little red flags for me. So Malaya says that Jack is wearing darker clothes, and about the backpack. Okay, the only thing we didn't hear about was some nappy that came in. Now, according to Belinda from Logan, Logan had said that Daniel and her went through Jack's clothes on the 4th. Okay. On the 5th, in an interview, we start hearing about the backpack and, But my thing is this: Malaya's already talking about the clothes on May 2nd to Belinda. She's already talking about the knapsack and all that shit. So there's something wrong with that, because how does Malaya talk about it? Because maybe Daniel doesn't know that she already knows what the kids had on, and she just said darker clothes, right? But either way, there's still bullshit going on here between the two of them, and that's what's pissing me off, is that these parents, stepdad and mom, they know damn right more than it is that they're saying. But Daniel's coming out here freaking mixing up his story, freaking trying to drool over Malaya as if that relationship still exists. It doesn't. You're a moron if you think it does, Daniel. Okay? The only thing you two are doing is lying. And you say that you're being truthful, but yet you can't even get your ass story straight in the interview to what you said in your text and all that shit. Daniel says he believes that Malaya's family's hidden the children. Is that his own narrative that he's trying to spin, or is it true? Is it the fact that Daniel did something to the children? And if you find those darn 2 sweaters, and they were planted, you guys, by the way, they were planted because I'm the perfect guy, and I did all of this for Jack and all of this for Lily. Malaya's a piece of shit mother. She didn't do anything at all. She's the one that was lazy. She sat on her phone all day. Well, I was the freaking knight in shining armor. So why wouldn't she appreciate that? So Malaya will know exactly. You know what, Malaya? I just want to take you back to the waterfalls. Be that old Daniel that I am. Let's just smooth this all over. No. This is about Jack and Lily. And bottom line is that they're too busy lying out there, And we're probably not going to get the truth of it. And we're just going to take all these little pieces, come up with our own conclusions, right? And the RCMP are going to do their job, and they're going to get to the bottom of it. That's what's going to happen, because someone is going to come forward, give them information, that they don't have, perhaps, hence why the reward's out there, because they need someone to come forward, someone from the family that actually knows, to give the information, because they're going to feel guilty, because this is about two little babies, Jack and Lily, that deserve to have answers. Preach it, Sonny. Amen. Okay, I'm done with that.
And Ida McNeedle or Monito in the comment or chat there, she said if the RCMP hadn't said Malaya was on the run, they must be protecting her from a reason. So I think that should have been for a reason. And I don't think the RCMP has ever said that. That came from Darren and his conversation with family, that once he left that conversation and somebody was eavesdropping on him, which he was meaning for them to be able to hear what he was talking about, they then, when he left that meeting or with the family or gathering, whatever you want to call it, someone called Malaya at her mother's and told her something. Then Malaya took it upon herself, from what Darren tells us, that Cindy tried to convince Malaya not to leave, but Malaya left with Meadow. But it wasn't as if she's really on the run, because we've also learned now that DCS, because Malaya was at her mother's on a supposed supervision order, when she left her mother, she broke that. And wherever she went, she must have reported that she went there, because from what we're being told, again, this is all, like I say, just hearsay, DCS then stepped in and took Meadow from Malaya. So it wasn't as if she was on like a fugitive on the run. It wasn't that. It's just that she had left after she heard what was said in the meeting of her family members. Someone called her at her mother's, and for whatever the reason was, she left her mother's, and which is now she is believed to be on the reserve in Shubenacadie, where her lawyer is, where the Brooks side of her family is. So the Murray side of her family is Cindy, but she left Cindy's with Meadow, went to the reserve where her Brooks family is, and then ordinary for DCS to know where she went, she would have had to contact them and said, listen, I'm here. And they said, all right, you didn't do it beforehand, and this is all just my speculation. So then they stepped in and they took temporary custody of Meadow, because that's what we're being told as of happening now. And there has to be a little bit of truth to that, because no one online or Facebook is or has disputed that yet.
Go on, Kent. I wasn't listening to you at all. My bad. I was too busy focused on May 2nd, Malaya conversation with Belinda. She says, not yet. They have boots on. Lily has her white backpack on it with strawberries. And this is at 3:59. Okay, you guys, on May 2nd. Okay. Daniel doesn't talk about it because apparently Daniel's looking through the clothes on, with his cousin there on May 3rd, May 3rd or 4th. Okay. Anyways, I think it's 4th. And then it comes, darn it, I always get that one mixed up. Anyways, and then it comes out on May 5th about the backpack. But Malaya already knew about this. So in saying that, if Malaya already knew about this on the 2nd, again, if she's not showing Daniel her phone, Daniel doesn't know perhaps what she's already said. Maybe she does know about what they were wearing and what Lily had because she handed them off in a vehicle, perhaps. Right? Right.
Yep.
So maybe that's why that came out sooner than when Daniel talked about it. Because again, is it plausible that Malaya handed off the kids? They were having an argument, right? She wanted out of there, hypothetically, allegedly, whatever, for whatever purposes only, right? Wanted out of there. And her relationship with Daniel was going on the rocks. Yeah. I mean, this seems to be perhaps a good line of thinking for that. It's when it goes into orbit that I have a problem with that, because this should have been, right? It's when it goes into orbit, right? That's when I have a problem with that line, because this should have been open and closed case then, of simply that, I'm sorry, I panicked, I didn't know what to do, called the police, and be like, whatever, right? Okay, thank you, for whatever happened. Kids are fine. They're with family here. I just wanted to get out of the relationship, and because whatever, But once it went into orbit is when I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm not buying this shit. It would have made sense at that point. But once I went into orbit, I'm sorry, guys, it is so unlikely that that other scenario part has happened. And again, Darren can have the receipts for himself, but you know what? At the end of the day, this is totally freaking out there to believe that this has gone on for a month and a half, basically 7 weeks, and this. And I don't want to give any false hope at all to Belinda or anybody else that the children are alive, but I got no receipts to back it up. But let's take this case into orbit and expect you to believe it. Not going to happen on my dime for sure. If you guys want to believe that, go right ahead. Or, again, the scenario could be that Daniel, hypothetically, possibly, whatever, they got into an argument. The argument went south, whatever, transpired, and he did something to the kids. And, of course, if those kids are found with 2 sweaters, just know that I'm saying that her family is saying that I had something to do with it. So he's saying, so this all must be someone planting something then on against Daniel, because Daniel's literally on TV saying that her family blames me, that I want to take a polygraph test, Mr. Inconsistent with his bullshit stories, right? Regardless, he's inconsistent. So I want to take a polygraph because her family, we're being sneaky here, and we're going to hide those kids, and then we're going to come back and we're going to plant Daniel to be the bad one. These people could be watching Sloan Bella, by the way.
Well, we were told that that was the big family argument that Logan and her mother and them were in at the end of the driveway.
They were accusing, right?
Was that the family, or her side of the family, was accusing Daniel of having to do something to the children.
Right. But right. And then so on top of this, not only does then Daniel think that hey, they're implying that I'm freaking guilty here, and I'm going to take a polygraph test, and I'm going to take a drug test, and I'm going to do blah, 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 blah. But on top of that, you guys, okay, think if you find 2 sweaters with my name, like with my DNA on it, and they happen to be near the crime scene, just so you know, those sweaters were planted as well as the fact that they're accusing me. But on top of that, that basically Malaya's family, so cray, right? Not just a little or just a little bit, cray, that they're going to literally take the kids, hide them, and then go, you know what? Let's just set Daniel up now and let's just accuse him. Or is Daniel full of shit? And what he's putting out, is he a pathological liar? And he can pass a polygraph test because he's a pathological liar. I mean, I'm looking at both sides of it. This is where I'm stuck, right? This is where I'm stuck because they're too busy lying. Malaya lied in her interview. They've lied about the timeline. You want us to believe that you were kumbaya effing ya in the morning together, You know, oh, I'm asleep. Oh, oh, wait.
And that the other big part of Malaya's lie is, other than timeline and whatnot, is if we believe that she wanted out of the situation, she's lying now because she's out of the situation and hasn't told the truth. That's the lie that Malaya has committed upon timeline issues, that whether it's misrecorded, misspoke, or whatever, or they're actually can't remember what each one is saying. But somebody asked in the chat, how can we say that Malaya is lying? Well, if we believe everything that we know, that she wanted out of the situation, when she got out of the situation on the 3rd, or okay, let her calm down till the 4th, pick up the phone and call the RCMP and tell them the truth. So it's either a lie that if she knows where the kids are at and she's still lying about that, or she lied about timeline stuff and in the first place. You there, Charmaine?
What are we back on about? What are we back on about now? Are we still talking about?
We're just trying to fill in for Sunny because she went to do something. So we're just somebody I had answered the comment about how can we say Malay's lying, but she's either lying about because she got out of the situation that she wanted to get out of, but yet we still don't know where the kids are, or she's lying because the timeline stuff that her and Daniel are telling us compared to RCMP stuff doesn't match. So there's your two sets of, it all depends on what theory you're believing.
Charmaine, I thought so. RCMP can get her one way or the other, right? Through the chief counsel, etc., right? Yeah. Like, yep. Malaya has every right to be wherever Malaya wants to be. She is not under arrest. She's not in custody. She has no court order making her house arrest or anything like that. The condition was, from my understanding, that she could have Meadow under supervision of her mother. So when she decided to take Meadow and leave Cindy's house, that was in violation of that CPS order. That's not a criminal offense unless she disappeared, but she didn't. She was at the reservation. They went and they found her at the reservation and they took Meadow into CPS custody. That was basically verified by Logan, the cousin. And yeah. People keep saying, and I know they like to talk like they're, because they're on reserves or wherever they're getting their information, the RCMP have the right to go anywhere they want in Canada. And they're not going to, in my opinion, they're not going to have a fight with a band leader or a chief to get onto a reservation to look for 2 missing children, because the reservations aren't going to assist in hiding children for no reason. They would be, I mean, at the very least, they would be liable for all of the costs associated with this search if they abetted this hoax. Okay, it didn't happen. Can we just zero back into a little bit of reality when it comes to that stuff?
And also the Shubenacadie Reserve, where we believe that that's where she's at, there's an RCMP detachment on that reserve, folks. So with native and non-native officers. So that tells you right there, the jurisdiction of the RCMP is anywhere in Canada. If they're dealing with a municipal police force, they have to be called in for assistance.
Yes, they can, Vanessa. They can. The RCMP have jurisdiction from coast to coast. They just do. They do. There's no exception to that rule. None. No exception.
And if it's
Zero
for a situation
exception
on
to
a
that rule.
reserve that's not necessarily a criminal matter, but it's a civil matter, they will go to the chief and ask the chief, say, listen, we're wondering if this person is here on the reserve. We think he's staying in this one of these 2 or 3 houses, and we just like to search. Then the chief will either say, well, yeah, go ahead, or, well, do you have a warrant for the issue that you're wanting him or that person in connection with? And then they'll go back and they'll get their warrant, and with the warrant and the permission of the chief. But if it's a criminal matter, the RCMP, it's the same as Lauren last night, the astrologist, was on here, and she was saying, she being from the States, she didn't know that some towns across Canada have municipal police forces, and then the RCMP is our national police force. And when I explained it to her that Pictou County is made up of 5 towns and a rural municipality. 3 of the towns have come together and they get their policing services under the banner of from one town. They pitch in the money and help pay. They're a municipal police force that covers 3 of the 5 towns. The other town has their own municipal police force, and Pictou, which is my side of the county, the western side, we don't have a municipal police force. The police that police the town of Pictou and the county of Pictou are the RCMP. In Stellarton, you all seen that where the vigil was. That's the Stellarton RCMP office. 5 minutes down the road is the Stellarton Police Office. They're the town that has their own municipal police to deal with traffic citations and all that stuff. The Stellarton RCMP detachment deals with the Trans-Canada from the Colchester County, Pictou County line through to Antigonish. They're actually known locally as the Stellarton Highway RCMP because they're based in Stellarton, but they're not the main police force in Stellarton. Stellarton has their own police force, and then if they want assistance, they call the RCMP in for stuff within the town limits. But the rest of the outside of the town in the county, in all the rural area, is the laws are enforced by RCMP for anybody that's not from Pictou County.
Thanks, Ken.
This case isn't in Ontario, and I mean, I understand what you're saying. And you guys also have the OPP, which is just a completely different level than the RCMP and the Toronto City Police. Those totally different things. We're talking about right now Nova Scotia, and there is no place in Nova Scotia that the RCMP doesn't have jurisdiction, reservation or not. It's wrong. Is wrong.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah, because Jenna says, Vanessa, I'm in Ontario, and yes, they can. Well, hold on. I mean, it's a Google search away. Simple as that.
Exactly. That was the nail in the coffin for me.
Which was right when the sweaters came up, I said, oh no.
I mean, my suspicion was up before that, but when I saw that, I was like,
sure, you guys, let me play let me play that piece. I wanted to play it yesterday. Let me just play that piece and see what was said exactly. Okay, on that piece of when Darren was talking about sweaters, because that's when he was talking about sweaters. So let me bring up that piece. I want to play it.
I mean, there was no there was nothing to precipitate or there were no questions asked for that to have been an answer to anything. It was just something
Right.
that he decided to throw in there.
And that was, yeah, but I want to play it.
Oh, you were talking about Darren. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I thought you were going to play the portion of Dolly where those comments popped up. And it's no. Like they were just, he just volunteered that information out of literally pulled it out of his ass.
So this is where, so I'm just going to play it from here because this is where the sweaters were talked about. So I'm just going to put that on play.
Except for one little thing, that the only thing the searchers found, and I'm pretty sure now some searcher might come on here and say, no, I'm full of shit that they did find something else, but I don't think so. And there was some stuff went missing out of the trailer Daniel checked on too, and he reported this to the Mounties because what he was scared of, that somebody took this stuff, because he was sure somebody planted this evidence.
Right.
And there was some other stuff missing of his, and he was sure that that somebody was going to try to blame him to make it look like an abduction and that he did it down the line. So he reported this to the Mounties right off the start to protect, and it was a smart move on his behalf.
Yeah.
He had 2 sweaters, a water bottle, and something else were taken out of his.
What was it about those sweaters? Because obviously when people listen to it, it was something like, well, if there's 2 sweat like that. I mean, obviously he was typing in Dolly yesterday and stuff like that, but he's mentioned something about these 2 sweaters, and it's like, well, if they're found with the kids, it almost came across like I didn't have anything to do with it. She took them with her. So what is it about those 2 sweaters?
Well, that's what he was worried about, that these people, like, they took the blanket, they took the part of the blanket out and set that up to make it look like an abduction down the road. They took the boot print, they set the boot print up on the pipeline to make it look like the kids were in the woods. So they were sort of splitting things up. And there was another couple little things that they found. Now the searchers were all through there, and they never found this stuff. But all of a sudden, Malaya's half-sister found most of it. Matter of fact, I believe it was Malaya's sister found everything. I think she found the half sister. I think she found the blanket hanging in the tree. She found the boot print up on the pipeline, and I mean one boot print up by itself up on a pipeline. And I don't even think it was the right size for the kids. What Daniel tells me. So. And initially, Daniel denied that was the blanket because he was panicking too. He thought, holy jeez, that makes it look like I abducted the kids. So I'm going to say that it wasn't the blanket. But now, he's... Yeah, because...
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
And now he's worried about... He was worried about when he found the 2 sweaters and a water bottle, and it was something else, 1 or 2 things. There was 3 or 4 items missing out of his house, right at that time. And he was sure the same people that were sort of planting this evidence were going to set that stuff up for later on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right.
And he reported that the first day.
Okay.
So the Mounties had a record of that, and what he was hoping too, and I'm sure the Mounties were hoping, was that when this stuff turned up, they already knew that it was missing, so that would have probably given them a lead on who put it there. So it was a smart move on Daniel's behalf, and it made him look guilty. It made him look stupid. Like you just said, a lot of people didn't understand. He wasn't explaining it very clearly as to why what he was talking about in the 2 sweaters a few times in the water bottle.
Right.
But once you talk to him and you get it, you listen to him, and once Daniel relaxes with you, the more you're with him, the more he relaxes and he chills out and he's easier to understand, and then he feels. Daniel's not overly confident either, as far as like an aggressive man. Daniel's not aggressive.
I see that. What a bunch of horse shit. That's how I see that as.
That's not even the same sweaters. That's not even the same sweaters, in my opinion. That's just another load of crap added.
Daniel brought up about the 2 sweaters in the chat of Dolly.
Unprovoked. Nothing.
But that's about his 2 sweaters. The 2 sweaters, the only reference that I heard about 2 sweaters before that, and the piece of the pink blanket, And this came from Malaya, and this came from dispatch audio. So anybody that don't like, this is where I'm stating this fact from. If you haven't listened to it already, go back and listen to Plunder's video about the dispatch audio. You'll hear a searcher radio in and say, we're about 100 feet down the road from the house. The mother, which was Malaya, but they said
Right.
the mother, or mom, I think is the actual terminology they used, has brought to her attention a piece of the pink blanket. And when the RCMP came back and said, have we found an item? Do you want the dogs? They said, yes. You'll see such and such a cruiser parked here on the side of the road. We would like to have a dog come to see if they get sent from this blanket. And then they said, the searcher said, there's also a couple other items here, a couple tops, and something else. But the mother says the piece of the blanket is Lily's blanket. Daniel had said in an interview that the piece of the blanket wasn't Lily's. I think on that Sunday or Monday interview with him. But the other clothing items that was found, which was 2 tops, were considered to be old. They called them old rags. They were in the woods longer than just, and they wanted the dog to come, and they radioed the coordinates. So that's on the dispatch audio. That was the first time that I heard anything about 2 sweaters, like Charmaine says, until Daniel offered up in Dolly's chat about these 2 sweaters. And I couldn't figure out when I first read it, was he talking about the 2 sweaters that the searchers found? But later on, if you read it, he said that they were his sweaters. So then I knew that that was a different set of sweaters.
He says
Sorry,
in there. He says in there. Darren says. So basically, he lied about the blanket and said no, that they weren't. It wasn't Lily's, but that he lied about that when really it was, because he didn't want it to be planted against him or whatever the fuck he said there. Because yeah, he said no. Yeah, a mother knows. Mother knows the blankets, their kids or not. But so he lied to say no. But he doesn't lie, right? Daniel doesn't lie. According to Daniel, he doesn't lie. Bullshit. Bullshit, Daniel.
Haganisho, from what we've been told, is that Daniel's mom is speaking to and has cooperated with RCMP. We don't have any proof of that, but we were told that, and she's not talking to reporters or anything, but she's like, her phone and stuff would have been taken when they took the electronic devices.
Yeah.
And she was probably one of the 54 people that was interviewed, I would imagine, too.
Give me a second. I'm just going to check for that, to be honest with you. See if I can pull it up and find it with the searcher, the actual searcher audio.
Yeah, that was in Plunder's first replay of when she had all the dispatch audio.
Yeah. Give me a second. Just talk amongst the chat there.
Malaya said the truth will come out and to let Daniel say whatever he wants. Malaya isn't allowed to talk unless through her lawyer. So where's her lawyer's statement, if any? Like I said, you could look at it that way, or you could also take it as, and I think, and this is my call out to anybody who can come and take up for Malaya. But anyways, Malaya might not feel the need to answer to you or me or anybody else. She's probably being advised not to. If she doesn't believe her kids are alive and the RCMP are telling her to stay put and that they're on it, she has no reason to come online, of all places, and defend herself. Her lawyer, if it's true that she has a lawyer for anything other than custody issues, isn't obligated. She's not she's not even under suspicion as far as we've officially been told. I mean, she has no obligation to answer to anybody. So if she truly believes that her kids are no longer with us, why would she? And I mean, would you? If you were sitting back and watching how much scrutiny and BS is going on around social media about Daniel, would you want to throw yourself in that fire pit? I don't think I would. I would be different, though. I would be at least sharing information, depending on what I thought I knew. You know, I mean, you just have to change your perspective and not change your mind, but just empathetically change your perspective and think about things from all different perspectives. And I'm not saying I believe any of what I just said. I'm just saying it's possible that she just feels, and the people around her feel, like we don't need to explain ourselves to any of you. It could be that. Or it could be because she's hiding the kids somewhere and she's scared she's going to say something.
Yeah.
Could be.
Green Girl, asking about that we take and listen to all these YouTube channels and just put our pieces together and make a story like Kent is making this correct. Well, what I'm stating there is listening to Searcher and RCMP dispatch audio. All I'm doing is repeating. So, and when we're asking for receipts, that's why I referred to the dispatch audio that Plunder had played, saying that Mom has called their attention to a piece of the blanket, and then there was a couple other items that was further in the woods. They read out the coordinates, and they were calling for a dog to come down to see if the dog sent it. So, as far as I'm concerned, that's not me making up a story. That's repeating dispatch audio between searchers and RCMP. And yes, if you want to go and search it, what I'm saying is if you want to go back and listen to that, you can get the receipt. I'm telling you what I heard back then, but like I say, that's been 7 weeks ago. I'm not trying to sell that as a story. I'm just telling you where to find the receipt, because that's sort of what we want to do, is make sure that we have something, that we're not just saying something. If we're saying it, and it can be referenced back either to searchers or RCMP or a press release that came out from one of those groups, then we should do it. Because it's the same as different times when people were talking about the Amber Alert not going out, and they said, oh, well, the RCMP should have had roadblocks and not. Well, again, in that dispatch audio, you can hear the searcher the ground search and rescue guy who's blocking the road, stating the fact that there's 2 or 3 times in that audio where he'll radio to command posts and say, we have family here looking to come up to get a briefing. We have the news media here wanting to come up to get a briefing. So they were stopping traffic, whether it was far enough out. And I don't know, but if we suspect that the kids were last seen, as stated on that audio at last seen at 8 a.m., and we know that the 911 call went in just before 10 or just after 10, then that's 2 hours. So that means if they were in a car where they were picked up by family or abducted, that they're long outside of that area. Don't matter where they would have had. It would have had to been, like Daniel suggested, is put personnel cars at the Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI borders, because that's how far in 2 hours they could have been out of this area. So I'm just giving you the reference. Instead of you believing that it's just me saying it, I don't want you to believe that I'm saying something. I want you to be able to go back to dispatch audio and listen to it.
Well, this is in the second day when because I tried to find it in the first one, and it's probably somewhere in there, but it underneath blanket when at the very start of the next day she puts the audio. So I'm going to play it, and you tell me if this is part you're talking about when they says that the family brought them up there. That one.
Yep.
Okay. So 1 second. Okay. So we'll go right from the beginning. You guys hear my husband in that? They're because they're watching a fight. They get all squealy. Anyways, let's play this.
But you and I went and with the dog yesterday there when the family brought us up there.
Thanks, Jane.
We walk up the gas pipeline trail there, and there's definitely some child-sized boot prints in the mud here that are still visible. They're a bit eroded from the heavy rain, but they're still visible. So, not sure if you'd like us to continue on up the trail or what you'd like to.
I'm going to start that again. I'm going to start it again.
Those pieces of cloth, that's what you and I went and with the dog yesterday there when the family brought us up there.
This is the second day. This isn't the one where they're actually talking about the clothing and radioing the coordinates and whatnot.
Pipeline trail there, and there's definitely some child-sized boot prints in the mud here that are still visible. They're a bit eroded from the heavy rain, but they're still visible. So,
1 second.
Not sure if you'd like us to continue on up the trail or what you'd like to do. Over.
This is Colchester Base calling the K9 unit tasked to investigate the blanket. Do you copy? Over.
This is Bravo 3. I was with Kilo 2 like 3 seconds ago. He went towards the main road there. We're done at that site. The dog didn't get a track or anything like that. Bravo 3 sees the blanket.
Okay, so 1 second.
I think you got to go back a little bit further.
1 second. Well, that's at the start of that one. I was trying to type in a keyword on the first day audio when Plunder put that out. And I was trying to type in a keyword blanket. Do you want me to type in clothes? Maybe that might come up.
Coordinates might get it for you.
Okay, I'll try that. You guys go ahead and talk amongst yourself there. I'll do that.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with chat, but I'm also having a side conversation that I'm not going to share, but it is with a family member, and I'm not going to share because there's really nothing to this. But as far as the blanket, is concerned, we heard on the dispatch that the family took them to that location. Then we found out that Malaya said that it was a piece of Lily's blanket, and Daniel said it was not Lily's blanket. And then Daniel said that it was Lily's blanket, and then Daniel said that he didn't know, and then he said that it was Lily's blanket. I might have been missing one in there somewhere, but I mean, it's changed numerous times with that one. So who knows if it was or not, but what we did find out, and I'm not sure, and I'm sorry, Kent, I wasn't listening, I was talking, but that their garbage would sit there for a week, sometimes 2 weeks, and they live in the woods. And I don't know if you guys ever have it happen with ravens and stuff, pick apart my garbage bag sometimes, and stuff gets strewn about, and there's no telling if that blanket was in there. The fact is that when they were reported missing, and even up until this day, I have never heard a report that Lily's blanket was missing from the house. So,
Yeah, we have.
It's kind of irrelevant. Found out that Malaya's the one that took the searchers to that blanket. I was like, ooh, that's suspicious, but it's not, in my opinion. It's just a nothing burger.
Yeah, we have strict garbage rules here in Pictou County because everything is sorted. And then our landfill here within the county is full. Basically, our landfill is a transfer station, and they get recycling, and they do and whatnot. But our garbage gets trucked all the way to Guysborough, which is down, if you don't know Nova Scotia, it's down towards Cape Breton Island. It's the last county on the mainland before you cross over into Cape Breton Island. So our garbage collection here is every 2 weeks. We have a green bin. You're allowed two, but one black garbage bag per week, which allows you to dispose of your personal items and whatnot. You're allowed 2 blue recycling bags, and you're allowed 2 clear recycling bags. Your blue is your plastic cans and stuff and whatnot, and your clear is cans and cardboard and paper and whatnot. So that gets picked up by the one truck. Well, the 2 trucks, one for garbage in the green bins and the other one for recycling. Gets trucked to the Pictou County landfill. It all gets dumped inside of a building. It's all sorted on machines. The garbage is loaded back onto a compact truck, tractor trailer, gets trucked out of the county. The recycling gets recycled. The compost gets composted. We're able to go in the spring of the year, and everybody's allowed, and that's those bag items, those are per household. And then you're allowed to go and get 2 containers of free compost each spring. And then once the demand dies off that everybody gets their 2 containers, then you can go back and get more if you want it, as long as they have stuff that's ready. So that's like when everybody said first coming out, they started saying, oh, well, check the garbage. Maybe they threw them in the garbage. Well, that may happen in some spots, but because it couldn't happen here in Pictou County, because when our garbage is collected, it goes to the landfill, gets sorted, and the garbage, so the sorters between the machine and the personnel that are watching the conveyors, because they're very strict in Guysborough that they'll only accept non-compostable garbage, because they don't want to have their landfill get filled up quicker than what it's supposed to have for life expectancy either. But our own is. So that's why our garbage is so strict here.
I'm sorry, I was just explaining. So one more time for everybody that didn't hear it the first, I don't know how many times, but we've got Durwood calling into all of these YouTube channels, and he's talking under Durwood O'Grady. And you can go onto his Facebook and find Durwood O'Grady. This is just his alias, his social media handle, his real name. He came out with yesterday. Don't ask me to say his last name. I'm sure one of the other two hosts here can do it, but I'm not going to. But his real name is Darren. And so he decided, for whatever reason, to put that out in the YouTube streets yesterday, which, I mean, Godspeed, Durwood, Darren. Don't do that kind of stuff. Just don't. But anyways, he didn't change his name. He has a handle, just like Sunny. Sunny is not Sunny's name, but Sunny is her nickname. It is her YouTube handle. I didn't know anything about YouTube, and I have nothing to hide. And my name is Charmaine on my birth certificate. And had I known, I probably would have picked a different name. But I've just never been that clever to think, oh, I should go under an alias, because I mean, I never intended to be on YouTube, so it is what it is. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first time I did a live with you, it was a members live only or something, and we were talking about John Benny Ramsey, and it was supposed to be like a one-off, and everybody was like, oh, this is great, you guys should do a True Crime Canada thing. So that's how that all got started a couple years ago.
Just quickly, both Kate Kent and Leo, is that New York Leo? Or, anyways, just quickly, someone that messaged me in the email, I was asking if they can come join the live. They're yes, they're out of the UK, but they're a child protection lawyer. So I was like, absolutely, because it's the same principles that apply on there. So just so you know, okay. All that person needs to do, though, is if they don't want to go on camera, they still need to show me their face in the background. But I just sent off that link. And Sunny Ahmad, please post Sunny email. My email is actcrimingshame@gmail.com.
I just did it, Sunny.
Oh, okay. And Charmaine has hers. If people feel more comfortable sending emails to Charmaine, hers is whatever yours is there, Charmaine. Which one are you giving out?
Storypod@gmail.com. And it goes right to my phone, so you don't have to wait for me to decide to check my email like we do with Sunny.
Yeah, because it goes to my phone, but I usually use
I have
iPad.
5 different Gmail accounts that go straight to my phone, so my email box is always, because I've got 3 different companies.
Yeah.
Plus my
He said he's fine going on camera.
Kent, quickly.
Yeah. I've got my,
because now I'm getting all confused. What is it I'm looking for on Plunder again? Because I was pulling up coordinates. What part are you wanting again?
Where they say that family has drawn our attention to the pink blanket. They issued the coordinates where they found it. It's about 100 feet up the road from the home. And they're calling for the dogs to come and get a scent to see if they can get scent.
Okay. Because I'm my head's spinning because I know I've listened to that, right? And I'm back on our first video again, and I'm typing in these keywords, and I'm like,
I was just thinking coordinates because they radioed in the GPS coordinates, right? So maybe if you go GPS coordinates, it might.
Okay. So it's at the part where they call
for you.
Yeah.
But somebody stated in the chat there that I shouldn't have to explain myself. Well, I appreciate that because, like I say, I'm not trying to pass something off. If I know where something's at, I'll refer you back to it. But
yeah, 1 second here. I got to remove a couple things. Okay. Okay. Are you just to make sure? Oh, I see. It's crime courtroom. Hello. Are you going to leave your camera on? Just nod your head if you are. Perfect. Okay. Let me just I got to build another thing here. Give me a second. Give me a second here, Bev. All right. 1 second. I got to add another one in here. All right.
No, Dylan, Miss Persevere. Dylan was, the 5th anniversary was last month. He went missing, I believe it was May 6th, 2020.
Gotta duplicate.
Dylan Eeyore.
Come on. Okay. Squeeze you on in here. 1 second. Oh my God, my mouse. I want to beat it today. It's like lag. Maybe it needs a new battery. Maybe it's more that it needs a new battery, but it's laggy as shit. That's what I'm going to say about that. Okay. I need to calm down because my mouse is pissing me off. All I'm trying to do is drag over a box. There we go. I think we can bring her up there. There we go. Hello. Can you hear us? Can't hear you.
On mute.
No, not on mute. Just something in the
No,
volume.
but he might have himself on mute.
It's she. It's she.
Sorry. I can't see the studio because I'm in comments and I can't back out unless I back out altogether still.
No, let's take a look. Mic is on. So let's see here. Everyone's staring at you. Just kidding. Well, we are. There's something obviously with your mic. Are you coming in through a computer? Yeah. Charmaine, you're the one that always has mic issues. What's your issue? Because she's not muted.
I always have the wrong mic. Because I have one for podcasting recording. I have one just on my laptop, and then I have one on my camera. And only the one on my camera works for StreamYard.
Okay. Oh, device not connected. We'll wait on this one. Thank you. Okay, you know what? Let's get back to the important part of all this is thank you everyone for joining us today. Again, we always try to keep it real on this channel. And remember to take everything with a grain of salt, regardless of the information, unless it's coming strictly from the RCMP or out of Daniel's mouth or Malaya's mouth through interviews and all that stuff. Then everything else you have to take with a grain of salt. Believe what you want to believe, but most importantly, you guys hit that like, hit that share. Do it for the family members that truly care about finding answers for Jack and Lily. Again, for the channel's sake, it's bringing awareness. Again, we pride ourselves in who we are and our principles of how we handle cases. And it's very important to the family members that, they're the ones that you guys need to keep this case alive for. So do it for Belinda. Do it for the family members. Do it for them first and foremost, always, okay? It's always about the victims of the murdered and the missing. So if you haven't left your DNA on that button, please do it for them, please, okay? That's from the bottom of my heart. Do it for the family members. Do it for Belinda. This is a grieving mother out there, a grieving grandmother out there that wants to know what happened to her precious grandbabies. You guys seen her interview. If you haven't, it makes anybody tear up and cry. Let's see if this is better. At the stage.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah. 1 second. Oh, my God. I'm going to, hold on. Just bear with me. Okay, that was my mouse. Sorry. I think I needed to talk to it because it's really pissing me off right now. I don't know if it needs a new battery. Maybe it needs a new battery. Okay, I can see you. I'm just trying to, Kent obviously, or somebody dropped here. It looks like Charmaine did.
I think it might have been Shah that's dropped.
Oh, okay, I'm going to, sorry, you guys, I'm going mental over my mouse. It should just be moving you up here. Delete. Let's see here. Get you out of the way. Bring you up. Kent, you need to go to, I don't know what it is with my mouse. It's like I can feel it in StreamYard. I'm so laggy with something. I'm going to stick you right underneath me here. Let's see here. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Seriously, I'm going to lose my shit in 2 seconds here. Swear to God. This should not be hard to move a little box from point A to point B. It should not be hard, but it is today. And it's not me, it's stream. Okay,
I feel that.
just put you there. Okay, now I can barely hear you, so I'm going to see if I can pump up your volume here on there. So just give me 1 second.
Is that any better?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Move the mic up a bit.
Okay. So what do you want us to call you?
You can call me Bev. I'm happy for people to know my name. And Sonny, if you want, after, I can send you my practicing certificate so that you can see that I am definitely who I say I am. But I work in child protection as a prosecutor. But in the past, I've also done criminal defence work and prosecution work. So this case has like really, really caught my attention.
Thank you.
And I think it's just really important to think about it from the perspective of what's been happening in the background. So we know that there's been child protection services in the background previously. Right. And I think for me, the story that Darren has provided to us so far, it doesn't make sense to me on very many levels.
Okay, perfect.
In terms of if Malaya was concerned about the safety of herself and the children, the child that you would most likely get out first is the one that also belongs to the partner that you're currently with, that you're scared of, because that is the child that when you take them away, he's going to be upset. But it was the older children that she's sent first, which I think concerns me a little bit. But from my perspective, the fact that Child Protective Services were involved makes more sense as a reason to hide the children, particularly if they were at the point where they might be starting proceedings against them, or looking at removing the children, because we don't know what the details of that are. We've not been told yet, have we, what the reasons for that involvement was?
Correct. You know, that, I mean, it didn't say, it just kind of mentioned, you know, obviously that teachers, I mean, they have to report anything. In my head quickly, about what strikes me is the fact of, I was thinking, like, when she said possible autism, I'm like, well, maybe they're struggling from developmental issues because they're not quite making it to school like they should be, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of reasons, aren't there, why a child might be developmentally delayed. They could be on the autistic spectrum. They could simply have developmental delay through neglect in their past. Or it could be that they've not been being taken to school and so they're behind just simply because they've not been in that environment. So there are lots of reasons why they might suffer from developmental delay. But usually that wouldn't in itself be enough to warrant involvement of Child Protective Services. You'd expect there to be more. So a school can make referrals, and I assume it's the same in Canada, for kind of assessment in relation to things like autistic spectrum disorder. But that wouldn't necessarily be a reason to say that the parents were doing something incorrect or needed Child Protective Services, unless they have. So in England, we have something called the Early Help Service, and they can link parents into other services, so the voluntary sector, things to do with special needs, all sorts of things. But when the discussion came about where they talked about CPS involvement, it didn't strike me that it was that type of just referring them on for some kind of help to do with the special needs. It was as though there was something more in the background. So, and I'm not suggesting that I think that is what's happened, because I have major
can't hear you. Can't hear you. Kent? Kent, speak to me. Make sure I can hear you.
Hello.
Okay, I can hear you. Okay, so it is, yeah, it was.
What I was saying is that teachers are mandated reporters, but like you say, it sounds like that it would have been a little bit more than like on the voluntary side. Like there seems to be something else there which we do not know, right?
Yeah. Lose my shit with this today. Oh wait, she's back. Hold on a second. Oh my god, I swear to God, I'm gonna beat this mouse so bad. It's driving me crazy. Something that should just be able to slide up the screen. No. Okay, 1 second. 1 second, Kent. And Kent, I had you. 1 second. And Charmaine, she's her internet dropped. Bev, can you hear us again?
Yeah, can you hear me again now?
Yeah,
Sorry about that. I think it was my microphone. Something clearly wrong with it, so I put the other one on. I can't remember what we're saying.
Kent, honestly, do you remember? I'm too busy trying to mess with these
Well,
things.
he just finished up, and I said that the teachers are mandated reporters, and yes, they can put you in on the voluntary side of DCS, which helps you for like the learning disabilities and development issues and whatnot. But as Bev was saying, she feels that there may have been a little bit more here, which is what we don't know. Was there more of a reason for contact from DCS to be involved?
Yeah, I think there was an implication, wasn't there, that there was more involved. I don't think they specifically said anything of great substance, but the fact that they referenced that they had been involved would suggest that it's something a bit more than just the voluntary services.
Yes.
Yeah, so that does worry me.
And the fact that I think that didn't come out until week 3 or 4, like that was just within the last 2 weeks that Globe and Mail article came out. That wasn't right off the bat either.
That just came out like a few days ago. That was only like about, yeah.
It was maybe even this week.
I have it up actually. Let's see here. Right here. Hold on. I'll put it up on the screen. Give me a second here. Okay, so this came out on June 19th. Yeah, so it was just a couple days ago. Now, I'm not sure, Bev, if you want me. Coming through speakers here. Coming through somebody's speakers. Is that better? It sounds better, I think. Yeah. Bev, are you wanting me to read? Kent, I'm coming through your speakers. Gonna have to mute you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's see if that's the issue there. Bev, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, did you want me to read through this again or no?
I think it might be helpful
okay,
just to go back over exactly what they said. Sure. But my recollection was that it didn't say a huge amount about what the involvement was.
Well, I was going to say, so it says, asked whether a review has been ordered into his agency's prior interaction with the children. He answered, as a minister, I've seen the report. I've talked to that. I've personally seen the report. I asked for it. I'm aware how our department was involved in this. He added, I think we should be focused more on the kids, of course, than blaming everybody. Mr. Armstrong said that they're making a point when the agency's involvement Let's see here with the children, but let me see. Okay, let me see if I missed it. You know what? Fuck. Let me just start from the beginning of this. Nova Scotia's Child Protection Agency investigated the living conditions of Jack and Lily Sullivan months before the mysterious disappearance from a rural part of the province in early May. A case file that has been reviewed by the minister responsible for child welfare. Scott Armstrong, Nova Scotia's Minister of Opportunities and Social Development, confirmed in an interview that the agency had a file on the children prior to the disappearance, but said it would be inappropriate for him to discuss the agency's finding. With Jack and Lily still missing and police investigation underway, it is not the right time to dissect the agency's prior involvement. We have no idea where those kids are, and we should be focused on finding them. Let's see here. I just want to see. Okay, Daniel Martell, who is the common law relationship with the children's mother, was living with them when they went missing. He told the Globe and Mail in an interview in May that a social worker with Child Protective Services visited the home several months ago. The visit was prompted by concerns that had already been relayed by someone at the children's school and related to their developmental delays, Martell said. Now, the child's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, said she had no comment in relation to the Child Protective Services. And so that's basically the gist of it, Bev.
Yeah, so they say at the beginning that it relates to home conditions. So they reviewed the children's home conditions. So that directly contradicts what Daniel says, unless they're looking at it from the point of view of the developmental delays could be as a result of the home conditions, i.e. they're being neglected at home. And I think the reason that the minister is talking about not blaming people is because they'll be worried that somebody is going to say, well, those children should have been removed earlier, and then this tragedy could have been prevented. Whatever's happened, whether they're alive or not, it's still going to be something that's a massively traumatic experience for the children if they have been moved and separated from the mother for now 7 weeks. But equally, if something untoward has occurred, then that tragedy potentially could have been avoided, depending on what those investigations by CPS involved. But I certainly think that there is something more in the background than the authorities are prepared to share around that involvement, and that could be a precipitating thing for what's happened now with the children. It could very well be something as well to do with the relationship, but I do struggle to understand why Malaya would have made the plan in the way that she did. So the way that it's supposed to have been carried out doesn't make sense. Although I fully accept, having worked in this environment for a long time, that people don't always make plans that make sense. Sometimes people make plans that are absolutely off the wall, and no other person would say that makes sense. So we can't say that it hasn't happened that way. But I really hope that Darren tells the RCMP the name of the person that he has spoken to, that has made him so sure that the children are alive, because otherwise he could be facing charges himself, which would be unfortunate if what he's trying to do is find the children.
1 second here. Yeah, sorry, Charmaine's. It's just because it goes down, so I can't necessarily see it. 1 second. There's Charmaine. Pop her back up here. All right. Hey, Charmaine.
Hi, Charmaine.
She's on mute. Oh, there you go. Okay. Charmaine, did you want to say anything to Bev? Because I know that you're more in depth on this stuff than I am, for sure, when it comes to this whole CPS stuff and whatever. Anyways.
not gonna lie, I was busy dealing with my computer issues, so I didn't really hear a whole lot of what was going on. And then I was in chat because I was sitting backstage for so long. I was reading, so
Didn't see it,
if
Shani,
you catch me up, then I'll yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So essentially, what the very short version of what I said was, it seems like there is a lot more going on in the background in relation to CPS than the authorities are prepared to say. So there's a discrepancy between what Daniel says, which is that they visited because of developmental delay, but at the beginning of the article it says that they visited because of the children's home conditions. So they could be linked because the developmental delay could potentially result from the fact that they've been neglected at home and the conditions are poor.
Right.
But there seems to be a discrepancy there. But for them
Sure.
to come forward and actually describe what's happening, I think that there is something more in the background. But also they will be trying to protect themselves, because somebody is likely to say, had you acted sooner and taken these children out of that situation, then this whole thing could have been prevented.
Absolutely. So, and again, I keep saying, can we just think about this logically? And I have this bad habit of forgetting not everybody has the experience and education and knowledge that I do. So I apologize in advance. But to my common sense way of thinking, if your children have developmental delays, and speaking from experience, my grandson, there were some concerns of when he first went into school. He was age 6, same as Lily, whatever. But anyways, there were issues. The school did not call CPS. They called my daughter and spoke to her about it. They called a speech therapist, and they take steps to deal with that issue. That in and of itself has nothing to do with CPS. What my knowledge and experience and education tell me is that, and this could be off base, but tells me that something about the condition that the kids were going to school in, or they were missing a lot of school, or somebody from the school knew what their living conditions were like, or they had bruises, or they said something, prompted them to call CPS. And there could be a loose connection there about their learning disabilities, but make no mistake, CPS was not called in due to their learning deficiencies, or however they put it in this. That again, it didn't happen. Didn't happen.
That was one of the first things that I said, is that CPS are not likely to get involved because of learning disabilities alone. It's got to be something more in the background. And the article gives us a hint.
Totally more professional than me, because it's unlikely. It's a far cry from it. Didn't happen. It didn't happen.
The reality is, it's highly unlikely that they would get involved for that reason. But they will get involved for home conditions, for, as you say, if the children are coming looking in unkempt and, you know, the clothes aren't washed, or the hair isn't brushed, or they've got regular head lice, or, you know, there's lots of reasons that they think this,
bruises,
or
they could
really
have,
hungry.
They could have said something. They could have said something to a teacher. They're mandated reporters. And Vanessa, and I'm sorry, I keep seeing to attack everything that you say in chat, and I don't mean to. I love you to death, but unless they denied meds, and again, that's got absolutely nothing to do with the school. Nothing to do with the school. So I mean, keep it common sense, guys. Common sense. CPS was not called by the school because they were denied medication. That's got nothing to do. No. It was there. No.
Okay. I'm trying to see the comments that someone, Vanessa, saying the collection that I've got behind me. I absolutely love anything that's to do with the macabre. So despite the fact that I'm a lawyer, I also ride a motorbike, and I like heavy metal music, and I like things that, you know, skulls and what have you.
Now, and I want to make it clear here, Vanessa is absolutely pro Daniel on all of this. So she is very one-sided on her thinking. I want to say that, because it's true, Vanessa, you are. It's all about Daniel's innocence and all that stuff. So whenever you do see Vanessa, she is very like, it's not like it's this rounded idea of let's look at this and this. She's on that line that Daniel is completely innocent. And that's exactly what her comments portray on this. But you know what? I want to listen to experts, people that are actually in this.
I think the key thing, Sonny, is, and I think you've hit the nail right on the head, it's that you have to remember that you've got to keep an open mind. You can't say, I'm going to follow all the leads that take me down a route that says Daniel's responsible for something, or follow all the leads that take you down a route that say Malaya's responsible for something. You've got to look at all of it and keep in mind that it could be any one of, hundreds of things that have played out. And you've got to follow the evidence and see where it takes you. And Daniel has certainly been deceptive all the way through his interviews. Malaya, we've only got that one snippet, but it wasn't particularly a convincing.
Bev, and if you wouldn't mind, from the not like taking away your, your degree here and all that, just as a regular, say, are you a mother, Bev?
I am.
Okay.
I'm a mother of an autistic child and an ADHD and autistic child.
Okay. So doing it from a personal perspective on this, I would love to hear your thoughts with regards to Malaya's just your thoughts on this case, right? Just reasonable adult thinking talk of what are you seeing just from your own perspective of this case?
So when I first saw the interviews of Malaya and Daniel, I immediately thought, wow, there are so many red flags here. Something has gone on. It's not that the children have wandered away. And the reason for that is the way that Malaya acted. She was very kind of limited and, she was quite a flat affect in the way that she spoke. The story didn't hugely make sense and also contradicted what Daniel said straight away. She said she woke him up and said, where are the children? He said he woke her up and said, where are the children? Daniel himself has been quite inconsistent all the way through. And obviously we've now got all this extra information that's come through via Darren from Daniel and in kind of messages that we've seen from Daniel. None of it is consistent in any way. And the reality is that if you're telling the truth doesn't change. If you're being deceptive, it's very hard to keep track of what you've said and what everybody else has said, more importantly. So not only have you got to remember what have I said, but what has the other person said, what's the family member said, and can I remember all of that whilst also speaking to someone in a high pressure situation, because being interviewed on camera is high pressured regardless. Can I remember all that and remember how to lie at the same time? Lying is really hard. So it's very easy to see that there is deception there. The question is, what's the deception about? Is he covering for Malaya? Has he really done something to the children? Was it an abusive relationship? I don't think any of us can determine that because none of us were in the household with them. I think probably the best person to give that information would be maybe Daniel's mother, would be able to kind of say how they interacted together, or indeed the children, which may be one of the reasons that they're not here.
According again, Daniel's words, but basically she doesn't like him and he doesn't like her. She but from the messages, Bev, right? Just alone the messages from Daniel, and that so your thoughts on this. They truly portray that whole narcissistic little bit of attitude there where I'm the white knight shining armor. I took her out of hell. I brought her into this dump of a home and, and type of thing. And I've done this for Jack and Lily, and I've done this. And Malaya basically sucks as a mother, and the kids don't go to Jack and Lily, and all he does is put Malaya down and put Cindy down, the mother. Okay. So that's his own words, that he is saying this stuff. And me and Charmaine have been in very abusive relationships. So we totally understand every angle. I'm not sure if you have, Beth. Have you personally? Yes. So we can relate to exactly if somebody's trying to control and project and, put it back on you and twist and spin. But what's your thoughts on, so have you seen the messages that we've showed?
Yeah, I have seen them.
Okay.
I've been watching you religiously. I'm just not on a live, unfortunately, until this point. It was the first time I've been in the house and spotted you as you're going live. But I think anybody who portrays themselves as that much of a knight in shining armor and that good has got to be exaggerating. Anybody who is quite good at what they do, so anybody who is a really good parent or a really good partner, you don't, generally speaking, make a big song and dance about it. Just is the way that it is. If you've got something to hide, you're far more likely to give that information out. And that goes right across the board with the things that he's been saying. So all of the things originally when he was coming out and saying, I'm the one that was running through the woods shouting at the top of my voice until my throat hurt. I ran on through every culvert and all of these things.
And don't forget, he was almost impaled. Remember? Because he said, and no one's going to know this, but I was running through and I could have slipped on a rock and bonked my head, and could have been impaled by a stick, but nobody's going to know this. Captain Hero.
Yeah. So the fact that he's doing that seems to me to say he didn't do all of that, and that there is a good chance that he's got something to hide. So he's trying to spin the narrative as quickly as he can. The question is what it is that he's got to hide, and that's not something that we can kind of. I've not seen anything in the messages that shows me what it is that he's trying to hide exactly. I think he's certainly not the knight in shining armor, and I think it's highly unlikely that he was, the hero straight after the incident.
Like Malaya's from the messages that Belinda sent me, which is the paternal grandmother, a couple of them recently that were like on Tuesday of the week that just passed here. Basically, Belinda's asking her, like, hey, why, why didn't you kind of come visit, and and et cetera, and basically all her answers portrayed to Daniel wouldn't allow me to give the address. Daniel didn't want me to go. She doesn't know that he was controlling. So basically in her messages, she's saying, I wanted out of there. He's controlling. He doesn't want this. I didn't want to stay there. And from abuse, meaning when I think about the regular logical thing, exactly. Like if you are in this dumpster of a home, according to Belinda, everything was, opposite of what she ended up finding out. And when she was at the home, she said Malaya's always, the kids were clean, her home was clean. It was a different Malaya ever since she met Daniel. And that ever since they had Meadow, that Malaya had backed off with the kids from the paternal grandmother side. We know that the father, Cody, walked away from the kids when she asked for custody, and he walked away. Okay, so that was about 3 years ago. Belinda hasn't seen the kids in about 19 months, but everything's projecting from what she's showing is she's in an abusive type of relationship that she wants out of because he's controlling, and that she'd been talking about it apparently for a couple months. What, like, again, we just gotta take certain things with a grain of salt. But Malaya's own messages are basically saying, controlling, I want it out of there. He wouldn't let me. He wouldn't let me. And so that says a lot to people, women.
Yeah. So the way that she describes things certainly sound like the way that most people who have been in an abusive relationship would describe it. So you find that if you're in that kind of relationship, you find a way to appease the person so that you don't get on their wrong side and suffer the consequences, whatever they may be. So to say he didn't want me to bring them, so I didn't, make sense. And of course, those messages she wasn't expecting to be put out on YouTube. So it gives them a little bit more in the way of credibility.
Credibility, yeah.
But that being said, she could be trying to spin a tale so that it's on her messages for the purposes of the police, potentially. But I think that's more of a stretch to think that. So I think there probably has been difficulties in the relationship, but we don't know exactly what they are and to what level. But if she's been in a significantly abusive relationship in the past as well, then she will be more kind of affected by whatever's happening in that relationship.
Mm-hmm. And she has.
Just the plan doesn't make sense. That's where I get to. So I can totally accept that she was in an abusive relationship. I completely accept that it's likely there were difficulties, and some of the things where she's let herself go and isn't looking after the kids as much could be because she is suffering from depression because of the relationship issues, because of postpartum potentially, but we don't know. But the plan is somewhere that I get stuck. The timing doesn't make sense. If when you look at where they live, and you see the aerial photographs, the road is quite long in front of the house. So if Janie came up behind her after the children had left, why would she still be stood at the side of the road when they've gone out of sight, whichever direction they went, because it's quite a long stretch. That concerns me.
That whole time frame is really just a bunch of lies. Somewhere in there's the truth for sure. But so Bev, so Darren comes in yesterday, right? As I'm not sure if you watched yesterday's, and he drops this bombshell of information of, you know what, I've talked, I found that puzzle piece. I'm happy. I'm good with it. Basically, kids are alive and well, 1,000% clad stuff. Okay. I think that most of us can associate that perhaps she did something off the wall, and she was trying to get Jack and Lily out of there, sent them off with a friend, a family member, whatever. And then she was going to, maybe meet up with her mother or something like that and take Meadow and whatever. Maybe something went wrong. Maybe something went wacky there. She panicked, ended up turning into police involvement, RCMP, and searching. But again, I think all of us can agree that that's very plausible, but that would have ended that night because obviously,
as soon as she's out of that situation,
right,
she would then say to the police, this is what happened. I'm now safe, so I can tell you the reason that this occurred, and it limits the impact on the police at that point in terms of the resources that they've put into it.
So we're obviously it's the 21st, right? It happened on the 2nd of May, and it's 21st of June. So your thoughts on this orbit type of theory that they're hidden, and that, anyways, that part of it, like, I mean, it just seems so ridiculous and absurd.
I think for me, the thing that really stands out is we know that the police have been the RCMP have been putting lots of resources into this. So the likelihood that she has managed to get through this plan, then all of the moves that get them to wherever they've gone have occurred without the RCMP picking up on something between somebody's communications. They will be observing the people involved, no doubt. They've spoken to, what did they say, like 45 people or something that they've interviewed. They will have their individuals from that list that they think they're involved somehow. I don't know how exactly, but I know they're involved somehow. They've been deceptive during the interview. So then they'll be looking at, well, who do we need to focus our surveillance on? Who do we need to focus our communication surveillance on? And then look at where does that lead you? The likelihood of them getting to 7 weeks and it not having led them to where the children are, if this has occurred, is really slim. You know, to hide, if something has happened, and I don't want this to be true, but if something happened to those children and you hide a body, you can hide a body and then it's done. And if you don't go back to the area, it's really hard for somebody to find that. Especially somewhere rural like they live, where there aren't kind of lots of cameras. You know, you think back to the Stephen Stearns and Maddie Soto case, and they can follow exactly where he went on cameras. That's not going to be true here. So you could easily hide a body, but to hide 2 living children who are on alerts all over the place seems highly unlikely. How has somebody not seen them and then contacted the police, especially if there's a reward available? And how have the police's own investigative efforts not taken them to where they are? And so, I mean, it sounds implausible to me.
They put up $150,000 reward. Obviously, they're needing information from the public. Right. But my thing, okay, what do you think about this strange comment by Daniel about, hey, if the 2 sweaters are found, just know that her family, you know, who's blaming me for something happening to Jack and Lily, and I want a polygraph test. But by the way, if you see 2 sweaters with the kids, they're trying to plant it against me. And that just came out of nowhere that he said this all of a sudden the other day.
Huge red flag for Daniel, from my perspective. Huge red flag. It's literally just him saying, whatever I did, these sweaters were involved, and when you find them, it's because they were setting me up. It wasn't me, I swear. You know, it's a tale as old as time. That
I know it's ridiculous. I mean, honestly, it's ridiculous. So you're telling me that you believe that Malaya has the kids and her mother's involved and knows about it because her mother hates me and she just wants, you know, she hates you for a reason, Daniel. A mother does hate you for a reason. Could have been the drugs. It could have been the way that you treated Malaya. Who knows what the answer is there. But anyways, you're claiming that the children have been taken away and that they're hidden by her family and that her family's cray-cray, and that you, of course, are the knight in shining armor that says that, you know what, the old Daniel will take you back, you know, just the old Daniel will take you on a freaking waterfall ride and blah, blah, blah. But meanwhile, he's saying, in a sense, the opposite. He's saying, like, her family's blaming me for the disappearance. So I want to take a polygraph test. And he does use those comments like, well, the truth is the truth. And if you tell him the truth, then, you know, obviously the truth won't change. Well, you've changed the truth there, Daniel. You have. And I'm just looking at this realistically. Okay. But anyway, so he makes the comment about being, again, the polygraph test, Malaya's family. That's what the huge argument was about on the 3rd, because the family's blaming Daniel. And then all of a sudden, so then it goes to this weird comment. Well, if 2 sweaters that the family took the 2 sweaters. So if you happen to find them with the kids, they're trying to frame me, plant me, or are you a pathological liar, dude? You know, one of the 2 is true.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's the second one that's true.
Trent would like you to unmute him, please.
Oh, sorry, I can't. Go ahead.
No problem. I wanted Bev to go a little bit deeper when she was talking about the situation where that Malaya was in, but now that she's out of it, why are we at this point that we're at right now, 7 weeks later? Like, where do you see that the situation could have been that bad to get us here? So that's one that I'd like you to go a little bit deeper if you don't mind. And then two, with you being lawyered or experienced in lawyering, if it was your client, what would your advice be once the person was out of that situation? Like, if this was done to get out of the situation, and once you knew that your client was safe, because we know that Malaya has a lawyer, what would your advice as a lawyer or law or thing of the court, officer of the court, what would your advice be to your client? Like I say, because we're still in this 7 weeks now, and that's why we're all going crazy.
Yeah. And 1 second, just to reconfirm, Doug, you're a child protection lawyer, correct?
I am, yeah. So I am a solicitor, essentially. So in the UK, we have solicitors and barristers, which I think is the same in Canada.
Yeah.
Slightly different in the US.
Sorry, Doug. Mute yourself, please.
Mute me now, and then I'll...
Okay. Just because that's squeaky.
I have the back office.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Bev.
Yeah. So I'm a solicitor. I have been qualified since 2001. 2 years training before that, so kind of 26 years in the business. And I initially started doing criminal defence work and family work, and then moved into doing prosecutions, and then more recently, child protection prosecutions. So that's kind of the trajectory of my career. And in terms of what advice I would give to her, the first one is don't speak, literally, keep your mouth shut. And I'd say the same to Daniel if I was his lawyer. And then in terms of, from the perspective of protecting Malaya and the children, you would immediately want to go to the court and obtain some form of injunction or protective order. We don't know if that's been done, because it will be no doubt sealed, with it being the family court. So that could have been done. But I suspect that Daniel would have said something if that had have happened. Right. He doesn't seem to be able to keep things back.
Right. Now, because he can't see any of, like, so up until recently when he came out, he wasn't able to see any of his kids. So what would be the most likely reason that would happen, for that he can't see any of his kids? And then recently he said that he's getting visitation rights, but Darren said he believes it's for his other 2 kids with Christy. But just from what you know, if all of a sudden he's told by the CPS he goes to go want to visit with Meadow, and he's told that no, he's not allowed, and he's using his words obviously about that he's not allowed because they need to keep Meadow basically in a safe environment or whatever. Yeah. So what would be the reason for not being able to see?
So there are a couple of reasons that I think stand out as the most likely. One is related to the domestic abuse in the relationship. So that's a very likely scenario that, you know, if there's a chance that a child is going to be subject to witnessing domestic violence, caught in the middle of some kind of domestic incident, or have physical harm against them directly, then that would mean they would need to be supervised visits at all times. But we know that Malaya has also been required to be supervised by Cindy. So that makes me believe that it's more likely around the fact that they're both suspects in the disappearance. And so until they're aware of what has happened, then Meadow is at risk. She's at risk of whatever has happened to Jack and Lily, whatever that might be. So I think that's probably the most likely, but I suspect that there will have been some allegations made by Malaya in relation to Daniel's behaviour during the relationship, and that will have also impacted on his ability to see any child, not just the child of their relationship, so not just Meadow, but his other children. And they will need to be supervised until such time as the CPS can investigate thoroughly and come to a conclusion about whether or not it's safe for them to not be supervised anymore. Malaya has not done herself any favours because she's now not likely to be deemed as a safe prospect, unfortunately. So
And my bad too. I just want to make sure that we don't forget what if I over talked on that. Because I just wanted, I mean, that's what I felt, and I think a lot of us feel like, you know, obviously there's got to be abuse or something going on for him not to be able to visit any of those kids or something like that. But Kent, is she touching on what the questions that you asked her as well?
Well, yeah, but
another question as well, wasn't there? In terms,
yeah,
I understand, Bev, that you're going to advise her not to talk,
yeah,
as her counsel.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're looking at the scenario that Derwood presented us with, and this was all to get the children to be safe, and like you said, okay, the road's fairly straight, but she might have been the next one to go in a vehicle with the baby if Jeannie or Janie hadn't come out and caught her at the end of the driveway, if that's what happened. But what I'm saying is, if that was the case, after Malaya and Meadow left and went to her mother's, not knowing where the other kids are, but say Malaya does, as your counsel, wouldn't you advise her to tell the RCMP that, hey, this is the story, this is what happened, this is where they're at, go to this person and check them out and stop this?
Yeah, so I think, sorry, I would also tell her to come clean to the RCMP. And I said that right at the beginning, that she's made a rod for her own back. It's going to be very difficult at this point, 7 weeks later, to not face any charges. If she'd have said something at day 1 or day 2, once she was out of the house, then they would probably have had sympathy for the situation that she was in. But
yes,
leaving it for the length of time that she has, she's far more likely to face charges about wasting police resources, conspiracies, all sorts of things that, you know, she might face. So my advice would be to her, even now. So Malaya, if you are listening to this, I can't give you legal advice. I've not spoken to you, but just from a common sense perspective, it makes
Somebody muted.
You muted yourself.
heck. Sorry. My mouse has got a mind of its own because I was nowhere near my mouse at that point. Very strange. Yeah, so I would say, Malaya, it's time to end the charade. It's not going to do you any favours keeping it going.
Kent,
I think what might be happening, Kent, is you might have your volume turned on, because we have, every time somebody else talks, if you're not muted, I can hear it coming through your speaker. And that's what the feedback is.
Well, I turn it down, but like I say, I'm in the chat and I can't back out to unmute myself unless I back out and then come back in like we were last night.
If it's squeaky, so I'll chat you. I'll mute you because because it's hard to listen when somebody's talking when this quick.
I missed some of what Bev said. I didn't catch it.
Okay, the last part, Shermy.
I didn't catch what Bev was saying after, like, before she muted herself, because Ken wasn't muted. So
right.
I don't want to ask her to. I know that you were talking directly to Malaya, so I would like to hear that part again, if you could.
Yeah.
Please.
in terms of what I said was, if Malaya is watching, I can't give legal advice because I haven't seen her to, take instructions. But from a common sense perspective, the longer you leave this whole thing running, if the children are hidden somewhere, the worse it's going to be in terms of the charges that you face. The more punishment you're going to receive as a result of those charges. So it makes sense to, as soon as you can, let the RCMP know the reasons behind why you did what you did, and to let them know where the children are and confirm that they're safe by showing them either on a video or something, so that they can at least stop putting their investigative resources into trying to work out what's happened.
But do you believe, Bev, that this is beyond ridiculous now, how this part's playing out?
Yeah.
7 weeks later.
I think 7 weeks is an immense amount of time, and for nobody to have seen them and thought, oh my God, that's these children that are missing. For nobody in the family even to have thought, oh my God, I'm going to get myself in serious trouble here, I'm going to give in and tell the RCMP, it's a stretch.
It's a big stretch.
That is what I would say. So I still am very doubtful about whether that is what's happened. But if it is, to continue doing what they're doing is going to be very damaging for them.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's really difficult, because once you've got yourself into that kind of hole, it's very hard to climb back out of it, unfortunately.
Can I ask you, so that's looking at it from from the Malaya side of things, right? Like, if this happened, right, it seems very implausible that this hidden thing with nobody coming forward, nobody giving two shits about Jack and Lily's safety. If someone has knowledge out of all this time of 7 weeks that these children were taken by friends, and it just sounds absurd. Okay. Now, if we were to look at it from the perspective of, if Daniel was full of it, how would you look at it from what you've seen, or how would you apply that to that kind of scenario? If we thought that Daniel had involvement, hypothetically, allegedly, in my, like that type of thing, right? Obviously, it's just speculation, but from what
I think, in terms of Daniel, the difficulty is, if I was speaking to him as a lawyer, I would be saying, shut up. If you had some involvement, keep your mouth very firmly shut. Because the more things you say, the more ammunition you're giving the police. From a perspective of me as a person, I want to see these children found one way or the other. So from my perspective, I would be saying, come on, Daniel, just tell us what happened. So they're two kind of diametrically opposed things. The lawyer in me says, shut up, you're doing yourself harm. And the other part of me says, tell us what's happened. I want to know.
So your gut instinct, do you just simply believe, regardless of do you believe that Daniel is lying? Like, when I say lying, go ahead.
There's no doubt he's lying.
Yeah, there's no doubt he's
what
actually
he's lying about,
right,
is not completely clear from my point of view. There isn't enough information to make a rationed conclusion from it. But I think there is a strong likelihood that something nefarious happened, which, a huge part of me says, please don't let that be the case. Let it be this far-fetched story,
right,
because at least they'd be here,
right,
in one way or another. But the way that things have unfolded strikes me more as something's happened to them.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't know how much you follow true crime. How much do you follow true crime?
Lots.
Okay. And for how long? For how long?
For many years. So despite the fact that I do it for a job, I am so obsessed, particularly with cases that involve children.
Yes, same.
That I am kind of constantly following the cases that I can see that relate to children. It always upsets me that there aren't so many people who are doing this for UK children, because there's just as many of them that are going missing.
The children, as a mother, like I said, so I've said this many times, I don't like being in true crime. It was not my path I ever thought I'd be going down at all. I've told myself a few times I just can't do it. It hurts my heart too much. It's too painful to deal with these people's, the children especially, have my heart. And so when I see cases, when you see beautiful little faces in front of you, and that something has happened to these children, and then as time goes on, like Sebastian Rogers, there's so many cases, breaks my freaking heart. So it's for the fact that we can bring awareness to cases. Yeah, we can talk and speculate about them, but the first and foremost thing is that we bring awareness and that you spread the news so that maybe somebody out there has information and they just aren't willing to spit it out yet, and maybe some guilt comes to them. Who knows? Whatever the reason is, because right, as a mother, the children will always have my heart when it comes to something like this. You know, Belinda, the grandmother, again, wants answers to what happened to Jack and Lily. But to be honest with you, from my own personal perspective, the most straightest line is usually the line that has, less resistance. And if I was to look at this more logically, what seems more logical myself, as much as we would wish that the children are alive and fine, that seems like a more far-fetched line of thinking versus usually a stepfather, a father, kind of like with the 3 girls that were killed, all because of, say, jealousy or abuse or control, whichever. That is a common thing in true crime, that this happens. And that does seem to be the most logical line, if we were to look at that. But hoping for the far-fetched line to be true more so. That's how I see it.
Absolutely. It's looking at it from the point of view of Occam's razor, isn't it? What's the most likely thing? And that's usually what is true. Sometimes it surprises you and it's the thing that is the least likely that is true. But generally speaking, if you look at it on a statistical level, it's most likely to be the most obvious thing. And children are more at risk if there's a step parent in the house. Particularly if it's a male step parent, unfortunately, from a statistical point of view. And where there are difficulties in that relationship, they're more likely to harm their non-biological children than their biological children as a way to get at the other parent. I'm not suggesting that is definitely what's happened here, but just from a statistical point of view, that is the most likely outcome.
I think Charmaine wants to say something there. Do you want to say something, Charmaine?
No, I was just done being rude, keeping my camera off.
No. Is there something that you want to specifically say to Bev or ask Bev? Or?
No, I mean, it's nice. It's refreshing to have a professional on here to talk about this CPS stuff and get her perspective on things. And I'm just enjoying listening. I'm a knowledge sponge, so anytime somebody that knows more than I do, I'm all ears.
And I hope that I'm providing something that's just a different perspective and looking at it from kind of what I see every day in the cases.
Have you
play out in front of me?
No.
I was going to ask you, in the UK, have you ever had a case or heard of a case, anything like this, in the way that Darren is saying, like kids have been hidden and they're alive and well and you're probably just never going to see them again, or anything close to this?
Not in terms of with a huge police search behind it. Usually when there is a police search involved, it's because something nefarious has happened. There have been plenty of cases where children have disappeared from view one way or another when there is CPS involvement, or from here it's children's services. That's what we call it. So it's children's social care or children's services. And if they're involved, we don't have a centralized system. It's every town has their own children's services. There is no linking computer system or anything. So if somebody moves from area to area, they can very easily evade children's services involvement. So if people know that they are at risk of losing the kids, then it's a regular occurrence that they will just disappear.
But not with a stepfather who really has no legal entitlement to the kids.
That's what's so strange.
It's all of the different bits in this that don't make sense to me. So it's the fact that she sent the older children who aren't Daniel's away first. The fact that they didn't all go together in one car. It
is a crime, Ravenstar. It is a crime. What's going on here right now? There's a crime that has happened. When you say
there are a lot of offences that she could be guilty of. If she is hiding the children, if she is expending police resources, the fact that she's created this conspiracy that has then continued as a conspiracy after the police have been involved, that becomes a crime.
If the children were out in the woods, obviously it's neglect. If they were found out in the woods, obviously they weren't being watched, right? So bottom line of all this, no matter which way you look at it, it's a crime. So a crime has happened to these children at any angle that you look at it.
Yeah, so if you look at the original stories that Malaya and Daniel gave, that they were asleep, the children were up, they knew they were up, but they both stayed in bed. And the doors weren't secured so that the children couldn't get out, then that in itself could be looked at as neglect, particularly when we know that they've already got background information about potential neglect.
Exactly.
So it would be something that's adding to. So it's what we'd call in the UK a precipitating event. So you've got a long-standing neglect case. It takes a while to take it to court. So you build in the evidence slowly. But if there is a precipitating serious event, then you go, right, now's the time to take these children away. So had they have wandered into the woods and then were found within a short period of time, the likelihood is that CPS would have said, based on what we know already and this event, we're going to remove the children. And they could also face neglect charges from the point of view of the police. But then, obviously, if something nefarious has happened, then there are offences. And if this story in relation to taking the children away has occurred, then there are offences related to wasting police time, obstructing justice, all of those things.
Yeah, I mean, bottom line is there's clearly 1,000 billion% lying going on. There's absolutely, without it beyond a shadow of a doubt, there is absolute lying going on. Why do people lie? Because obviously they're trying to cover their asses or hide something, right?
Hiding something.
Yep. You have no reason to lie at all. If everything genuinely was you guys were neglectful, they slid out that silent glass door onto that crumpety old freaking patio, mama in the trailer, never heard shit all, except type of thing. And so you know that there's a bunch like just BS going on to all of this.
When you look at that trailer, there's no way that door's silent. I'm sorry, but it's not.
But what was very noticeable there, Bev, was that they both said it in their interviews. Not only did they both say it, Malaya actually texts that to Belinda as well about the site, about the
exact same sentence, wasn't it?
And she contradicts herself, Malaya does, with this whole supervision that they are only able to go outside, but they must have got away this one time. But yet she contradicts herself in her own words to Belinda about, well, they don't usually go to the road. They don't usually go to the woods,
Yeah.
you know, blah, blah,
Which
blah.
would
Right.
suggest they usually are outside without the supervision.
You know darn
Um,
well that those children were outside without supervision. Many times you can tell. Wouldn't you let your kids outside in a sense? And if you're watching the back door or you're doing dishes, wouldn't you let your kids play outside so you can see them typically? That's a normal thing. But that's not what they're saying here. It's like they just freaking Houdini'd out of this sliding quiet back door. Let me see if, just quickly. So, you know, we just know bullshit is going on here. And it's like, who's the biggest bullshitter between them both? Because I want to say this to you as well. I think all of us can agree. We absolutely are enjoying you being up here and giving us insight from somebody that has a background in this for sure. People are asking if you have a YouTube channel of your own.
I do. It's Crime Courtroom Confidential. I think there is a Courtroom Confidential, which is a chap from the US. So that's not me. It's Crime Courtroom Confidential.
Crime court from like what's in front of you there, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you cover true crime on this channel?
So I've been trying to cover UK crime, but my job has gone absolutely crazy. So I've not had time to do very much recently. But I am very slowly working on material for it. And also working on material for a book. About the history of child protection in the UK and all of the kind of interesting cases that have shaped it. But I've not got very far with it.
You know, YOLO, right? It will happen. Now, I wanted to unmute Kent there because Kent, did you want to say something to Bev? Because you probably had you.
Well, no, it's not so much to Bev. Bev can answer too, but I just wanted to bring attention to Raven's 2001, I think it is. I'm looking at my screen, hard to see numbers. But no proof, no bodies, no crime. That's not correct. If you remember back just a couple weeks ago, there was 3 people up on murder charges. They had the Crown figured that they had a case, but they didn't have a body. They're all the way through preliminary hearings, getting ready to set trial dates when the father found the son's body. And now they have a body, but they were already going through the court system. So if the Crown and the RCMP figured that they have a case, they can lay charges without remains.
Absolutely. So historically, prosecutors have been quite shy of the idea of doing nobody cases because they are quite difficult. But if there is enough evidence to demonstrate what has happened, then absolutely you don't need the body. If you can show what happened through other evidence, whether it's CCTV or traffic cameras or anything like that, and things on the mobile phones, Google searches, all of that stuff that they always look at, then you can absolutely bring charges. My concern with this is that it's so rural, there's going to be a limited amount of evidence because there isn't going to be, I assume, although you can correct me if I'm wrong, you're in the area, I'm not, there's unlikely to be lots of traffic cameras. We know that their Wi-Fi is quite patchy, the signals are quite patchy where they live, so there's less likely to be kind of lots of information available digitally. But we don't know what's been picked up by people's cameras in the area. We know that they've collected all that, but they haven't obviously told us what they've got, so they could have a lot more than we know.
Is that you?
That is me.
Found you finally. I just crunched all the words together like your name that you have there, because I kept coming across this guy. So I'm going to drop the link there for Beb's channel. She has 115 subscribers. Again,
yeah, very new from that point of view. Far
on
more
that-
of a watcher than a poster.
You know what? One day you're going to write a book and you're going to have, you're going to quit your job and become a YouTuber.
That would be very good. That would be very good. I think it would be far less stressful.
I was gonna now, so that's the channel, you guys, for Crime Courtroom Confidential. On there, I just dropped the link in there. So if you guys want to support Bev, just go to the channel. And of course, hit that.
Very, very
subscribe.
grateful for anybody who decides to go over there and sub up.
Yep. Sub. You know, and I can tell talking to you, and you know, because like, so what I love is, personally, I love it when I come across grounded people, that they're grounded and they common sense. Oh, Mark's here. Great guest, Sonny. There you go. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark.
$9.99. You're awesome. Thank you.
And I'm happy to come on and talk about whatever case you're talking about at that moment. You tend to cover the same ones that I am devouring everything that I can find out about.
Have you paid attention to Sebastian Rogers?
Yes, I have. That's another one that's really taken my heart. So him.
We need to have you for that one.
And Summer Wells also just absolutely ruins me every time I think about her.
Oh my goodness, Summer Wells got crazy fast.
Imagine what I feel like every day when I'm dealing with these cases in real life.
I know.
And I see the pictures of the children.
Yes.
It's not too bad if I've just got the kind of the documentation. As soon as I see a picture of the child, that's it, I'm done.
I know.
I end up totally kind of obsessed by the case and doing everything in my power to do what I can to get the best outcome for them.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna put this down because Charmaine, every time I try to switch it, it's like dragging and moving. Every time I try to switch where your position is, or it's like a nightmare. It's like, and honestly, I don't usually rage, but I'm starting to rage over that stupid thing that should be just normally I can move somebody around very easy. Now it's like using almost all your strength just to go, come on, stupid box, get up there. But honestly, anyways, what I was saying was that personally, and me and Charmaine and Kent too, I can tell, and there's people in the chat room, but I'm talking about us at the moment. I just love very sound, logical thinkers with common sense that, you know, people aren't out into orbit, you know, that we're very grounded. So I'm probably sure you heard my husband's from the UK. He's from Nuneaton. So him and my brother-in-law, Ryan, they're freaking watching a fight right now. Okay. Their high-pitch ass British squeals go up about 10 knots when they're watching fighting. I'm telling you, they have these, it's like, you know, like Ryan has a heavier or a more pitchy accent, whereas my husband has a more deep one. But get those two together, Bev, and oh my God, it's like
really high pitched. It's like Paul when he's watching the football. We've got a rescue dog, and she's obviously been quite badly treated by a man at some point. And every time he's watching the football, she goes and hides on the other side of the bed. She comes upstairs away from him, all the way around the bed, and hides in the corner as far away from him as she can get. Because
now, I know that I do know, I'm very much aware that it's 8-hour difference over there, right? Because I know for a little bit it's 7 hours, but because Mother's Day, you guys totally I don't know what went wrong on that one, but Mother's Day, you guys celebrated in March versus us celebrating it in May. And it's like, and then, do you guys have a Father's Day?
We do, but we don't do it at the same time as everybody else.
Okay,
it's only just happened. So Father's Day was about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So it's probably a similar time to you doing Mother's Day. Very confusing.
Yeah, my husband always says, well, my husband basically said when he came over here that he should have had the red carpet just rolled out. He says, you people over on the North America side went and effed everything up. with their different words and structure. He said he's basically saying that we took your country and gave it back to you. You're welcome. You know, that's how he sees it.
I've got a friend actually who's moved over to Canada.
And he hates it when I say vitamin or aluminum. He hates it.
Vitamin.
You know? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Because he'll be like vitamin, and I'm like, what do you mean vitamin? But he always tells me that the English was there before we went and twisted it around. But anyway, so I'm very much aware that it is 8-hour difference, and I'm sure you probably have to work in the morning, correct?
Well, no, because it's Saturday night here, so Sunday tomorrow. But I've got to get up early and go to the farm, so I probably do need to jump off.
Yeah, my bad.
Have my horses to sort out, which always makes me have to get up early.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I'm going to have to work at 6 a.m. tomorrow. That's why I was thinking, I was like, tomorrow's Monday. Actually, tomorrow's my husband's birthday. He'll be turning 35 tomorrow.
Tell him happy birthday.
Yeah. Thank you. I will. I'll tell him I was talking to Bab from what part of the UK? Can you say where you're from?
Manchester.
Manchester.
So I'm up north.
Yeah, you guys do have a lot of accents for such a small area of land.
Yeah, we really do.
You certainly do.
Many different accents.
Yeah.
And in such a small space as well. So literally like a couple of towns over from us, you've got Liverpool, who have got the strongest accent on the history of the planet. And they're like literally just right next to each other. Sound nothing alike.
Oops. Thank you. I know. Oh, trust me. Like, you know, my husband has what I call a lighter accent. But, you know, sometimes, like, for instance, I always called it Brummie because my husband called it Brummie. But my husband's mom, she's with Jace. And lots of times I say to my husband, what did he say? Like, can you recycle that back to me? Because he mumbles when he's talking. He's like, oh, something, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, wait.
Yeah.
You know? But anyways, you guys do have a lot of accents. So now just quickly, if you don't mind, thank you guys for saying happy birthday to my husband. Thank you guys for that are subscribing. Thanks, Bav, I love this. Thank you very much. Like I said, you know, I don't do Cracker Jacks, okay? So thank you for being normal. Okay, appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. I always try and keep as grounded as I can, and I think common sense usually wins the day. Even when I'm looking at things from a legal perspective, obviously I'm going to research all the case law and everything. But I also just think, look at it from a common sense point of view and use that as the basis of what your argument. And if you can fit the case law into what you're saying on a common sense basis, it usually works pretty well.
You know, at the end, like I said, you just try to keep to the logical side. I mean, the Lori Vallow case, absolutely a mind-blowing twist. That's like from a whole different orbit, like from a whole different freaking galaxy, that case. Okay, but most aren't that absurd. Most aren't. Now, no. Jane did a $2 super chat, and she said, thanks, Jane. She says, I'm from Ormskirk, Lancashire. Is that what that's supposed to mean?
Very close to me.
Okay. So someone had sent me this the other day in chat. I won't say who, but someone sent me this, and it was a comparative behavioral risk assessment. Okay. So now, did you see it when I did this the other day, this one by chance?
I don't think I did see this one.
Well, if I just make it bigger here, okay, and just to go over this again, because I thought it was very good. I'm not, like I said, I'm no psychologist or whatever, but it absolutely makes sense again when you're looking at things logically. So for this one in particular, it says comparative behavioral risk. Obviously, we have relationship to missing person, stepfather, non-biological, mother, biological. Behavior before disappearance. So to Daniel, known relationship tense in Malaya, plan to leave, financial strain reported. Okay. Then we have Malaya attempting to leave relationship, expressed concerns about finances and emotional climate. Behavior after disappearance. Daniel appeared in media, framed Indigenous status as relevant, blamed Malaya's family, showed selective cooperation. Malaya cut off contact with Daniel and his family, moved out, remained mostly private. Narrative control. Daniel made public statements causing doubt on Malaya, her mother, and the First Nation. Malaya, no attempted to control the narrative, no public blame placed. Treatment by CAS Children's Aid, denied access to Meadow and his other children, retained full custody of Meadow. On this one, it says cooperation with police, provided phone, took polygraph, shared info, some cooperation, but paired it with blame shifting. Malaya, again, we know that she really hasn't spoken out besides that interview and a little bit more. No reported obstruction or manipulation, no public concerns that we know of raised by the RCMP. Emotional targeting, biological child spared, only stepchildren missing, suggests motive-based selection. Malaya, no children in her custody were harmed or removed. Motivation for harm, possible retaliatory, relationship ending, emotional control, financial instability. No known motive for Malaya, no history of violence or instability toward the children. And Belinda had said the same thing. She never raised her voice to the children and stuff like that. Isolation or blame tactics undermine Malaya and her family subtly in public. And then Malaya removed herself and child from contact with Daniel, consistent with protective distancing. Risk factors. Male non-biological caregivers are overrepresented in child maltreatment and homicide statistics. Biological mothers are significantly less likely to harm their children, particularly without motive. Risk factor. Daniel Martell, high risk profile based on behavioral consistent with coercive control, deflection and indirect blame, selective targeting in non-biological children, child welfare agency denial of contact. Pattern aligns with known cases of emotional retaliation and post-separation violence. Malaya, low risk profile, based on protective withdrawal from Daniel, full custody retention by CAS, absence of motive, deflection, or narrative interference. Behavior is consistent with trauma response, no deception. Conclusion. From a behavioral and investigative profiling perspective, Daniel Martell presents significantly more red flags consistent with the known offender behavior in domestic disappearance cases. I agree. Malaya's actions are aligned with victim survivor patterns, not offender behavior. Combined with CAS interventions, motive and I can't even say statistical likelihood, current indicators point towards Daniel as a higher risk party for involvement in the disappearance of Jack and Lily Sullivan. So based on this comparative behavioral assessment, where are you? There we are. Would you agree that this, because to me this is logical and it meaning this is where I'm at. This is logical. This is usually how things go.
It makes complete sense. It fits in with all of the statistics around what is the most likely scenario to have played out. There is just always that one that is something outlandish that's happened. But I agree with everything in it. Absolutely. And I agree with the conclusions that they've come to.
I do as well.
To be unmuted.
Yeah.
Who? Kent? Okay, Kent. Hi, Kent.
Yeah, you gotta keep remembering that code word, lady.
What code word?
Yellow. I just want to go state two things. The first thing, going back to what Bev had said about camera footage and stuff. Yes, they're in a rural area. There's not many doorbell cams or things like that. You probably know the stats that the first day they found one camera by where they set up the command post. Later on in the searchers, after the main search, they found additional cameras. So we are up to a total of, because there was 732 plus the one from the original day. So we're up to a total of 13 trail cameras. But when the RCMP went out and asked for the video footage of the road, the statement when they made about who all was involved, they said that they have over 500 hours of video footage and photos to stream through. And I think a lot of that is, yes, there might not be a lot of traffic on this road, but the two types of traffic that is heavy on this road is that we'd have to consider where all this footage may be coming from is after the ask. One, there's a lot of I would say 22 and newer vehicles that have the 360 view cameras. So even though somebody's driving down the road, they can have side view cameras and whatnot too, so they get footage that way. And the other traffic that is heavy on this road is logging trucks. And the most logging trucks would have some type of a dash cam, not necessarily side views, but dash cam, because when they're pulling into the mills and whatnot, they can very easily record their registered weights and stuff like that in case they record it wrong on the manual slip. So they do have the RCMP have stated that they received that much footage. So that is a pile of footage, even though it's over 29 days. And the other thing, there was a question coming from the chat. Somebody was wanting to know, in a case like this, if a lot of the evidence is circumstantial, could the arrest be made and then like the interrogation or whatever afterwards, but is on the circumstantial evidence, do you think there would be enough evidence to make an arrest to take in that person of interest for additional interrogation? Or
I think arrest, yes. Charge, I'm not so sure about.
yeah, the charges
And
could be.
obviously we don't know what they've got. That's the problem. So it's from the evidence that we've got in the public domain, I would say you'd certainly have enough evidence to arrest them, because there is, a likelihood that something has happened to these children. They're not there, for a start. There are deceptive and inconsistent statements being made. So there is a reason to arrest them and question them, but then it's difficult to say at this point if there would be enough evidence to charge them, because I don't know what they've got and what they've gleaned from those interrogations. But what tends to happen is that the police will wait until they've concluded their investigation before they arrest, because lots of time limits start to kick in, particularly if they don't get bail around custody time limits, which mean that you've got to get to a trial within a certain period of time. So they expect to do the charging once they've got enough evidence to go to trial
and make an arrest. They don't want to be spending all their time after making the arrest just for that 72-hour hold. They want to be able to have enough to proceed to court and present the evidence and allow the Crown to take up the case or not, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they might arrest them, interview them, release them, pending further inquiries being made, and then they would bring them back once they had enough evidence.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Are there any other questions in chat that I've missed before I disappear and go and try and get some sleep?
I was gonna say, is there anything quickly that you guys that Bev can answer for you? And Bev, I want to say again, absolutely appreciate you joining us up on this live tonight.
You're more than welcome. I've really enjoyed it. So thank you for.
Yeah, it's totally been a pleasure. Does anybody?
Oh, can you answer this question, lawyer? Please, can they be charged here with circumstantial? Oh, that's the one that we've just been talking about. I mean, it does depend how much circumstantial evidence there is. So you can use just circumstantial evidence, but you're always looking as a prosecutor for the best evidence that you can. So direct evidence is the best quality. So it's either the person themselves has seen something, or it's CCTV footage or something that, you know, the camera doesn't lie, so to speak. But if you've got a lot of circumstantial evidence, it can bridge that gap. But it takes more of it than if you've got direct evidence.
People's wanting you to come back, Bev, after we get the next news break.
Oh, absolutely. If you, I sent you a message on Instagram, Sonny, so you've got my number. So just drop me a text when you want me to come on.
Oh, do you have? I never even look at my. I don't actually. Can you do me a favor? Will you love me and just send it into an email? I never look at my Instagram.
Yeah, absolutely. That was earlier today. I was like, oh, I'll just send her a message, because that was the only bit that I could see. And then I'd seen your email, so I was like, oh right, okay, I'll send you that.
Yeah, I suck at social media that way. Instagram.
I very rarely use it.
Twitter.
Very rarely.
I use Twitter. If anything, the only thing I ever see is Twitter. I don't usually do reels and stuff like that. I do TikToks. Last time I made a TikTok was about 6 months ago, I would probably say. But yeah, Messenger or emails.
Yeah,
fastest way is Messenger. But so thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So Charmaine, before Bev goes, was there anything? Are you good?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I've
Okay.
just been listening, and
it's lovely to spend time with you all, and I will see you soon.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Bev.
Right.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye. Okay. So again, here's you guys go give Bev some love and support. This is her channel right here. Crime Courtroom Confidential. Absolutely. Would love to have Bev come back up when she's available to. And good. Thank you so much for that. You know, I always love to support people that, you know, like are good people, good channels. Absolutely. You know, that can just good people is what I like to do. We've always tried, no matter when we were like, we are a small channel, but even when we were smaller, is, you know, if there's a good channel, we will always support them and try to help them out regardless. And I know that we all enjoyed Bev's, you know, that someone that is a child protection lawyer and was, like she said, a criminal lawyer prior to that, previous, has like 24, 25, 6 years experience, I think it was, at the end of the day, follows true crime as well. Love to have her up for Sebastian Rogers' case for sure. I just love coming across great people like Charmaine, like Kent, like Alexa, like Melissa, you know, some great mods here, you know, but Sharon, Ben, Miss Dog Lovers are very loyal to the channel and stuff like that. So I just like good, just good, solid people that just, I don't know, just that's my thing, right? My circle is very small in my real life. It's virtually non-existent. I don't take people's bullshit anymore. I don't like to play these stupid games of friendship. Either you're a good friend, you're a loyal friend, or else you're not in my life whatsoever. Charmaine has been gracious enough to always keep coming up and doing lives because she's into true crime herself, being a good friend. Kent, he's been, you know, with this case, just got to know him recently. Don't forget, you guys. No, Kent, just to ask you for yourself, did you by chance ever set up a GoFundMe or something for your burnt business that went up in a blaze a couple of weeks ago there?
Yes, there is a GoFundMe out there. I'm not wanting to do self-promotion, but if anybody feels free, it's under Corbett's Auto Salvage Rebuilding the Legacy, because like I say, we were in the main building that burnt. We were 40 years in business next week, and And my dad on the property was 54 years. He died in 2019. I took the business over probably 8 or 9 years before that. And yeah, 2 weeks ago yesterday, we had a fire. Not sure how it started, but it was a complete loss on the building and contents with no insurance. I did have fire insurance on the customers' vehicles that we lost. So if anybody does, feel free. You can check out the link. There's links on my Facebook or just like I say, GoFundMe.
I mean, you have mod rights, so you can drop your link in chat for the GoFundMe right now if you could do that, Kent.
How do I do?
Just go
Yeah,
to
you're asking me to do something else I don't know. Just now, I'll bring it back up the next time we're up because I'll copy the link before we get on because I have to go out to do that.
Oh, no problem. No problem on there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyways, you're
on my Facebook.
Yeah, you're a really good dude. Really appreciate coming across you with this case. You know, you're just a very solid, good, rational thinking dude. I've totally respected you and because you live in that area. But you're a very rational thinker and like regardless if we have different opinions on possibly what happened or didn't happen, you know, because again, it's just not everyone will see the same thing with the information and stuff like that. But thank you for being a very good friend here by sending so many links and stuff like that. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's awful. It is awful. He showed me the day that it happened. I said, "Do you want me to show the pictures?" He's like, "Not today."
You can put some of them up if you want to, Sonny.
I'll do that the next live if that's
back. Yeah, you'll probably have to do them out, but I'll send you some more because cleanup is underway. And so far, we've taken away 12 loads of scrap and 1 tractor trailer load of wooden material. So I think that the cleanup will be paid for by the steel scrap, but the steel scrap is all of the tools and everything to operate the business. So I guess it's a half a dozen, one or the other, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if I 1 second, guys, if I went and looked for the GoFundMe myself, I would type in, what would I type in? Ken Corbett?
Type in Corbett's Auto Salvage, or Corbett's Towing and Salvage, I should say.
Towing and Salvage.
Building a legacy.
Wait, I gotta find it in GoFundMe. Let's see here. GoFundMe. Let's see here. I keep coming up with Facebook. Corbett's Garage Rebuild a Legacy Fund. I think this might be it.
That's it.
You got $1,255 raised from. Okay, so let me grab the link for it. Copy link. Okay, so again, you know, they were going to celebrate their 40th anniversary in July here. It literally just went all up in flames. So if anyone wants to contribute, there's the GoFundMe link right there for today for Kent. It's in chat there. If you guys can help Kent out, you Canadians, you pull together and can help Kent out here. Just horrific. I'm so sorry that this has happened to you, Ken. Like you're paying so much attention to this case, and I don't even think you almost skipped a beat of still missing this case. You know, with all that was going on. To be honest,
mind on something else.
Yeah. So that's that. Okay. Let's see here. Coming Game King. Yeah, I can. Well, I'll pin the GoFundMe to the live once this live ends. Then I'll pin the GoFundMe up there.
Thank you.
Since I can pin it now. But I'll pin it once this thing ends. Okay, guys. You got the weirdest noise that comes out of your thing. I personally don't have anything else that I really wish to talk about today? Well, it's not that I couldn't talk. You guys, I could go on. But Charmaine or Kent, is there anything that you wanted to bring up still for today's live?
No, I think that was a well-rounded live. I'm coming away with a lot of knowledge, and I love it.
I think it was so interesting in hearing the new perspective. And when when you guys decided to go live, I'm just joining in here. We were wanting to get back to, and we were saying, how can we get back to the start and sort of go through the case without just repeating, which is what the local media is doing, is like for them to do a story until something comes out, they just rehash in a different way what they've already released. So it was very interesting day.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the bottom line is this is about Jack. Go ahead, Ken.
No, I'm done.
Okay, your thing made a noise though. Yeah, bottom line is this is about Jack and Lily. Again, take the information, try to stay in this realm of the world, of the galaxy, of this orbit, and look at it logically. Keep your mind open to both sides. Absolutely. Don't be so willing to say that it's Malaya or that it's Daniel, because honestly, at the moment, I honestly can't make myself, looking at all the information, there's bullshit coming from both sides, and I literally could not sit there and say one way or the other with the information we have if more of the bullshit is coming from the Malaya side or Daniel's side. But logically speaking, kind of like that risk assessment is the most logical line that is closest to Occam's razor. The other one is more of a wishful thinking line. Once it got past that the children started being hidden and covered and nobody is called in, we haven't had any arrests or anything like that. I think it's a little bit absurd to think all that nobody, all the people that care about Jack and Lily, that nobody's coming up. I think it's just absurd that it went that far, but I can understand it to the one point. But that's my thoughts on everything, and I'm glad that we're just all talking about it, keeping the awareness. Somebody?
I agree.
It's Kent's thing keeps giving crickets there, so I keep thinking he's wanting to talk.
Well, I was typing then, so.
It's okay. So, and for Charmaine, yeah. So for Charmaine, same thing.
What? Sorry?
Yeah, same thing. I know you've been distracted a bit and stuff like that, because you were talking and stuff like that. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it just boils down to awareness for Jack and Lily. That's the best we can do, is just keep pushing it out there. And then on the side of that, we can have discussions about the information that's out there and show you anything that does come out. But, again, there's no way I can sit there and say, oh, Daniel's guilty. Oh, Malaya's guilty, because there's lies coming from both sides. And the truth is going to be in the midst of all this. And that. So when people want to say that I'm sucking up to Daniel's ass, kiss my ass is what I say to that. I'm very much of a logical thinker. I try to read if somebody's being truthful or not. And honestly, it's very rare somebody gets by me, but Daniel, he does make my head spin. But I still always keep looking at it as if he's lying. Not that as if he's telling the truth. I try to keep looking for everything that I can to see if this makes more sense, that the kids disappeared on his dime versus Malaya's. At this point, I feel like both can make sense. And I'm just trying to decide which one is the more truthful of the two. And it seems more like, if we follow Occam's razor, it's going to be Daniel had something to do with it. And whatever with those sweaters, Daniel, you didn't do yourself any good by putting that sweater sentence out there. You made yourself look guilty. That's what you did. Yeah.
Yeah, that was not good.
Nope. So Kent, oh, hi Kent, bye Kent.
He said he lost his internet, but it was a great day.
Perfect. Yeah, so with that being said, I do need to give out some thank yous, of course. Faye, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Thank you guys all for being here. Chris, again, Jay Slater case. Absolutely. I'm sure that Bev knows totally about that case as well. Jay Slater's covered that one. Another meaningful case with there. And then we got Who's On First. Who's On First, I believe, was basically spending their paycheck totally on the channel today. A portion of it anyway. And Who's On First again for that one. And then, sorry, I know that StreamYard is laggy, and that's why it's driving me crazy. Because I can tell that the click to the time it shows up, there's a gap in time there. So, Angel Share, thank you so much. Back to Who's On First. Who's On First? Who's On Second? You remember that, Charmaine? Who's on first? Liv Marcus, thank you so much. Jane, thank you so much. Let's see here. See, it's just laggy. My God, you're nasty laggy today. Where did I go? Where am I? See, it's freaking laggy, Charmaine. Simply ridiculous how laggy this is on there.
I live in the lag with my internet here. It's pissing me off like you wouldn't even believe.
I bet. I know. I'm not used to having lag in StreamYard, and it's doing my head in. I hate lag. But it's like I'm clicking, and it's like my mouse isn't doing anything. It could be I doubt it could be my battery. Maybe, no, but I don't think so. This seems like more of a StreamYard. So, Azima, NY Leo, thank you guys so much. Got to show appreciation for these. Mark, thank you so much. You keep gambling, Mark. You keep playing poker, and these tips keep helping us. Don't they, Charmaine? Well, maybe not so much you on there. And then Mark, he gifted a membership, and then Aaron Lindsay gifted a membership as well. So thank you guys so much for the support of the channel. What truly means a lot is just doing your part, whatever you feel it is, but at least hit that like button, if anything, but please hit the like and the share. Do it always for the family members of the murdered and the missing. Never do it for the sake of the channel, but do it for these families that really need social media to really impact and keep the cases out there for their sakes. So for Belinda, thank you so much, Belinda. Darren, obviously, thank you so much for the time that you've spent on the chat as well. Daniel, again, thank you for talking to Charmaine. And those are the people that have really talked to us, like where we have shown it. But anyways, thank you guys so much. Hi, I like this name, Little Miss Muffin Top. Little Miss Muffin Top. She's making me hungry though. I want a blueberry muffin top right now, or a choco banana. Okay, Mark, let's stick to that story. Okay, guys, thank you guys so much. You guys have a great one. Maybe see it tomorrow. No, I can't see it tomorrow. Can't see it tomorrow that I know of. It's my husband's birthday tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. So unless he's like, honey, I'm gaming, you can go do a live. Other than that, it's my husband's day tomorrow. Okay, guys. You guys take care. We're out of here, Charmaine.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah, thanks so much. Bye-bye, guys.
A Nordic night, the world is cold.